나와 신나고 뻔게 또 신나 샤바와키 신나무 키크라니 짜이 샤바키라니 짜이무 키크라니
Compliments in the singular form, so it's best to overload them in one time. Love, you're cute.
No.
Okay, you're beautiful, you're gorgeous, you're a delight, you're wonderful to be around, you're the love of my life, you're a delight. I think I repeated that one, but it's very true. I love you, cutie.
Yeah, those broads know love because they know Clint Russell and they are his girlfriends. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name is Luke Rudowski here of thebestpoliticalshow.com, and we will be going live for the next 2 hours discussing all, probably 3 hours, maybe even 4, discussing all the latest and crazy developments happening right now as we have a very special live stream with some awesome human beings here in studios. Some other ones will be calling in for the live presidential debate between the VP picks for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. It's going to be a very interesting night, as of course, we will ask you to please share this broadcast with your friends and family members. You could also participate in the conversation by signing up to lukeunfiltered.com. By doing so, you get the ability to call into the show. First-time callers also get a free product from wearechange.shop, and we're going to be doing our best to read any and all super chats, but we prefer you guys use the Streamlabs link down in the description below. As of course, there's a lot to talk about as a big global conflict just started in the Middle East, as many people are making Costco runs while there are Union port strikes that could be soon affecting the supply chain. And this is just the first day in October, as I think it's fair to say there's going to be a lot more October surprises coming here our way. And oh yeah, Diddy also got accused of hurting a 9-year-old, as 120 victims have now come forward against him. What's really going on? Well, we're going to be discussing that with everyone here in studio, and then we're going to be watching the vice presidential debates. Joining us for this conversation is the one and only Roger Stone. Roger, for the people who are under a rock and might not know who you are, who are you? And thank you so much for blessing us with your presence.
I'm a hard-boiled political operative who spent 40 years in the corroded rectum of the two-party system. I'm a veteran of 13 national presidential campaigns. This will be 14. I'm a libertarian conservative and proud of it, in the tradition of Barry Goldwater, who was a very cranky guy but right about a lot of things. I'm a Reagan Republican, not a Bush Republican. And above all, at this point, I'm an America First Trump Republican. I'm a New York Times bestselling author. I host a show on the weekends at 77 WABC, the most powerful, influential radio station in the United States, AM station in the United States. And of course, I have a great show on Rumble, The Stone Zone.
Yep,
Great to be back with you.
And we're live on the Stone Zone as well at the same time. And it's always a pleasure to have you on the show here, as your insights are some of the most unique and most important insights that I have seen people literally talk about for many, many years now. So you really have been a trailblazer way before there was even trailblazers in this particular field. So thank you so much for joining us. Alex Jones will be calling in after the VP vice presidential debate. And also joining us is Martha Bueno. Martha, who are you?
Hi, I'm sometimes on your show, and I like to talk a lot about political things that don't really matter too much to anybody but me, I guess. And you can find me at Bueno for Miami on X and IG.
Clint Russell, also in the house here, fresh from Washington, D.C.
Yeah, did both the rallies, and they went great. I am also from the corroded rectum of D.C. I just got back. And at Liberty Lock Pod on X, if you want to support my work, subscribe there. I'll follow you back. Liberty Lockdown is the show. I also do Tower Gang. Never watched that, and I can't wait to discuss everything, which has been, honestly, if we have any more October surprises after October 1st, we're in a lot of trouble. I don't know if we're going to make it.
It's only
this is
October
just the
1st.
beginning. Yeah, this is a great way to start it off, and it's only going to get crazier. I expect the Ukrainians to launch those long-range ballistic missiles as well soon. So it's going to be an absolute crap show. As you guys, what is it? Infected rectum came. You guys came corroded rectum.
The two-party system.
Never thought I would hear Clint proudly say he came from the.
Oh, you
corroded
know I did.
rectum.
You know I did.
I mean, we both came back from that particular area of the world, and it was particularly swampy this weekend, I think.
It was swampy, but great to meet some of my heroes. I got to meet Jordan Peterson and Ian Carroll. I don't know if he's a hero of mine; he's a buddy of mine. But it was a great time. Lots of people showed up for day 2, so it was
Lots of people showed up for day 2. Unfortunately, for day 1, not so much.
No, day 1 was rough.
Yeah, day 1 was really rough. I was surprised that not that many people cared to come protest the war. Actually,
Yeah, me too. But at the same time, the lineup on Sunday was enormous, and it was kind of the same thing, kind of, sorta.
I guess 2 days of the same thing is kind of rough. Yeah, but
We got
Steps.
Steph on the buttons.
Hey everyone, it's so cool to have a full house tonight. Super excited. This is Steph of We Are Change. You can find me on Instagram at Steph We Are Change or on X at StephWRC.
Yeah, today was definitely a crazy day, a wild day, and I think a day full of a lot of surprises and a lot of big turn of events, especially in the Middle East, as Israel announced their ground offensive into the south of Lebanon, and then was also promptly bombed by Iran, as there's an estimated 180 missiles that were flown from Iran into Israel, as now people are kind of questioning the kind of effectiveness of them. Some people are saying that this was just kind of a symbolic show of strength. Some people are saying that these missiles didn't hit anything. Other people are saying that an entire airfield was wiped out. We're still finding out what kind of happened here, as of course there's a lot of disinformation, there's a lot of propaganda, and sadly, there's also a lot of people trying to use today's events, trying to spur on more war, more conflict, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. But we have all the latest here, as Iran is now insisting that its actions against Israel are over, and they're threatening Israel, saying they better not respond to us responding to them, as Israel has announced that they're going to be responding to them. That's the kind of tit-for-tat circular kind of escalation that we have been seeing for months, leading up to this crescendo moment today, as we have Israeli government sources now coming out and saying that they are going to be launching their own missile attacks in just a few hours from now. I don't know about you guys, but this is absolutely wild, crazy news, a major escalation in the Middle East, and something that a lot of people saw coming a long way, especially with a weak federal government currently, with Sleepy Joe and opportunist Kamala not really showing the best kind of strength for America.
Look, here's the problem. Israel knows that they will not have a friend in the Harris administration. They also know that they could get to a fair peace process if Trump is elected. They have moved very aggressively. Their airstrikes, their drone strikes against the leadership of Hezbollah have been debilitating. They will move very quickly, I think, to use cyber warfare to put the entire country into darkness. No cell phones, no computers, quite obviously, no electricity, no refrigeration. I think they will then they will take out military targets. They'll decimate the military targets, and they will seek control and command. They will seek to just annihilate the leadership of Hezbollah and Hamas, but specifically Hamas. That is, and they have to move quickly because they fear that Harris is going to be a real problem for them. Harris, of course, part of the administration that gave $190 billion to the Iranians so they could mount this attack. And it's also significant that Israel has to use more bombs because the Biden administration won't give them larger bombs. So they have to use missiles, I should say, that are smaller and less effective, therefore more of them, to achieve their objectives. But I don't think I don't see them standing down at this point.
Do you think that they're only going to go after Hamas and Hezbollah, basically Iranian proxies, or do you think that they will strike Iran proper?
I think that remains to be seen. I mean, I think their own internal politics demand that Bibi do this. It's his survival as well as the nation's survival in their view. None of this, all of this, of course, was completely preventable. Is what's ironic about it. It starts with them, with Obama doing the Iran nuclear deal. Trump correctly cancels it. We're giving them pallets of unspecified cash that's not in the agreement for bribes. John Kerry, the former Secretary of State, conducting his own personal foreign policy during the Trump administration, is promising them, don't worry, when we get back in, we'll get the Iranian deal back online. He never gets prosecuted for the Logan Act. That's amazing. amazing.
Yeah, they never Michael Flynned him.
Never, no, and Flynn's not even guilty of violating the Logan Act, not even remotely.
Yeah, Michael Flynn's going to be on the show in a few days, by the way, also as well.
So he's a truly great American.
Yeah, we definitely look forward to talk to him about the greater kind of important geopolitical developments that he was a part of. As of course, when he was under the Barack Obama administration, he whistleblowed specifically how the Obama administration, with Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State, were financing radical Islamists inside of Syria with our own tax dollars. And then he became someone that the state apparatus really didn't like and took out in a very unjust way, according to my own personal opinion. Now, how will the Israelis respond here? I think that's really the big question that a lot of people are asking themselves. I see them first going after the missile launch sites that the Iranians used. There's probably American satellites that were capturing all the images, since the Americans knew that the missiles were coming over. And as soon as the missiles were launched, the Americans sent out a message saying the missiles are coming, be prepared. America also intervened and tried to intercept some of those missiles. They weren't successful in doing so. But if I'm Israel, the first thing I'm doing is I'm going after those missile sites. The second conversation that's being started up by a lot of neocons right now is to go after the energy infrastructure of Iran. Iran is a major energy producer. And if Israel does that, you could expect the price of energy to go up dramatically, which I think is something that the world doesn't want to see right now, as there's already a union strike at the ports. There's already a lot of very significant economic pressures happening to the global economy. Now we're going to add energy shortages to that? Why? As there's sociopathic, crazy individuals saying strike their energy infrastructure now. Why? That's going to have a negative effect on everyone.
Lindsey Graham can always be counted on to say the exact wrong thing at the wrong time.
Yes.
And here he is saying that, no, don't wait for the Israelis. The United States should immediately launch a nuclear attack on their energy production. This guy never met a war he didn't like.
Seriously. Well, apparently Dave Rubin hasn't either, as he said that there would be basically nothing too far. Whatever Israel responds with, which obviously nothing too far means all the way up until nukes are launched. So disappointed in that take from Mr. Rubin. No hard feelings. I just think it's crazy. Also, as people should know, Iran has promised many times that if there's ever a full-out war between the West and Iran, that they would immediately shut down the Strait of Hormuz. That's where a tremendous amount of oil and gas gets transferred all over the world. That would cause just catastrophic price increases in the energy sector and add to the inflationary pressure that we feel at home. So I'm hoping that because there was very limited, at least in early reports, very limited casualties and damage in Israel, or at least casualties, that hopefully their response will not be over the top and escalate this thing to a whole nother level. It's kind of TBD at this point, but I'm, as an anti-war person and as a non-interventionist, my biggest concern, more than anything, and the thing that bothered me more than anything about this entire day was that Joe Biden authorized us to start shooting down these missiles. That is a level of involvement that we have not seen when it came to the war between Russia and Ukraine. They always said, we're going to give them whatever they need, but we're not going to actually be a participant. We are, basically a full-on participant in this one, so it could get crazy.
Well, we have statements from the White House talking about the American kind of participation here with Israel that Congressman Thomas Macy responded to by saying, quote, "Work with Israel? Excuse me? The Constitution requires you to work with Congress," as he is playing a clip from CBS News as they were interviewing a White House spokesperson that had this to say.
April, after Iran struck Israel, the U.S. issued a number of sanctions as a consequence. This morning, the president said there would be severe consequences if Iran carried out this attack. What are those consequences, and are they more severe than sanctions?
Totally legitimate question, and that answer will come based on the conversations and consultations we have with our Israeli counterparts. It's too soon for me to stand before you today and give you an answer. What I can tell you is this. We are proud of the actions that we've taken alongside Israel to protect and defend Israel. We have made clear that there will be consequences, severe consequences for this attack, and we will work with Israel to make that the case.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What will those consequences be? Is what everyone's kind of asking themselves, as Israel and its military just announced that they will, quote, continue to launch a strike tonight that will, quote, be very powerful. Now, what does that mean? How will it play out? What will be the retaliation? As it looks like the Iranians weren't as effective as a lot of people thought they were earlier on today. And now they're saying, okay, guys, that's it. It's over. Please don't retaliate. You retaliate, we're going to retaliate again. And it's a lose-lose situation, in my opinion, and it's just ridiculous to see.
That's what Iran did when they gave that very telegraphed attack that took 48 hours, these slow-moving drones, and Israel just blew them all out of the sky before they really did any damage. Seems like a very similar thing here. Like, they're trying to save face. My opinion is let them save face. Don't escalate this thing into a full-out war. You already have basically a two-front war, arguably three if you include Yemen. Do you want another? Like,
Apparently they do.
Well, I mean, Israel will read this as a rationale for war, the attacks on us. This is why we have to move. I think this is...
it's a fair rationale, of course.
And it's the backdrop for tonight's vice presidential debate, which I think is absolutely key. And it's the backdrop, at least half the backup, for the entire presidential election. Luke's right. We could have a simultaneous war in another theater at the same time. That's how weak the leadership is here. The whole thing is based on a false premise. It was completely avoidable.
If you're Iran or you're Ukraine or Israel, you're seeing the White House kind of be incapacitated. And you're like, this is the time. This is when we're going to act. This is when we're going to make some bold moves because there's not going to be anyone that will dare us to even check us. So it's going to be interesting to see what Russia does, as of course the White House is in a very kind of weak position. I also kind of speculated about the larger possibility of Biden now being replaced. Kamala steps in as a commander-in-chief during a wartime kind of presidency, which I think still is possible, especially with how this situation will kind of develop and build up from here, because I don't see this ending here. I see the Israelis responding. What will they do? Will it be proportionate? Probably not. It's probably going to be vastly more severe, as of course they have more advanced tech. They have the direct support of the United States. They have the satellite systems of the United States, and they have the capabilities to, of course, sabotage people's pagers for 15 years, as Mossad agents are also infiltrating the Iranian government, as a lot of reports are coming in from the former president of Iran saying that they tasked a commission on investigating Israeli infiltration of their government, and they found that the guy that they hired to investigate this was also allegedly also Mossad. So that's the level of infiltration that happens here, as of course there's going to be a lot of different sabotage attacks. There's going to be a lot of hacking attacks. The Iranians also have a lot of hacking capabilities, and with the United States playing a more kind of significant role here than they are in Ukraine, yes, the United States also is kind of a target. You add that to an open border, and to me, this signals a lot of problems ahead of us.
Sincere question for the table, because I hear this a lot, that they sense weakness in the White House, and therefore they're going to act in a bombastic fashion that they otherwise might not have. Did Jake Sullivan in that presser mention Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, or did he say, "We're going to consult with the Israelis and we'll decide how we act"? I don't get the sense that the executive branch has any say-so in these matters, that this is a DOD matter.
The Secretary of State and Jake Sullivan are running foreign policy at this point. I doubt they even consult Biden. Exactly. Look, this was also true when George W. was president. Cheney was running our foreign policy. He would go through the obligatory meetings with George W. and say, "Here, dummy, here's what we're going to do. Sign here. Thank you, Mr. President. You made a good decision here." Until Bush kind of figured out where he was leading him to being one of the most unpopular presidents in history. Yep. I think you have a very similar situation. There's nobody in charge. Obama has taken control of Kamala's campaign and the efforts to figure out how to drag her across the finish line. Biden's completely out to lunch. In those moments in which he's lucid, he's still furious. I mean, if you saw his performance on The View, they ask him, "Why did you drop out?" And he starts looking down and he says, "Well, my poll numbers really weren't that bad. I mean, looked to me like I could beat the guy, and she's actually running, pretty much where I was running. I mean, I think
he's
I
not
could."
wrong.
But some people in the party said I didn't think I could make it, and it was time for younger people to move up. These are all, he's very bitter. You can tell.
Oh, yeah. I agree.
And perhaps this is why he's withholding hurricane aid, which I don't think is playing well for the administration.
Yeah, does seem like he's damaging the party almost intentionally. You could argue.
And wearing a Trump hat, posing for a picture. People say, "Oh, he's crazy." Maybe he's not so crazy after all.
Right.
I think that's on purpose. I mean, what a great way to show I'm still in control. He can put on a Trump hat. He can definitely sabotage them. So
I think basically what we're seeing is like Biden realized that, oh, I am actually their puppet, but he's like, they still can't make me dance if I don't want to dance.
Right.
And he's just like, I'm not going to dance for the next 3 months.
Right.
Let's see how that feels.
I don't think he can. I don't think he could get up. I don't think he could even walk.
All right, I don't mean
I
physically.
think you guys are giving him too much credit.
I mean, he was on the beach this weekend when we have like a major emergency in the United States. We've got North Carolina having real big issues and needing help. And, I think it was a little tough to watch him laying on the beach.
I think he's checked out on running the government. Where he's not checked out is watching the political scene and realizing how humiliated he's been.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And
That's what he really cares
Does
about.
he even really want her to win? I mean, it's interesting in the debate. Trump said, "Let me get you all in on a secret." Biden hates her. He hates her. Notice she didn't answer that.
Yep.
That's because they're worried about what Joe might say when he's asked, because he's uncontrollable. So he usually does his obligatory, I'm supporting him, but then he sticks the knife in. And he gave her the death embrace on The View. Oh, no, she was involved in every single piece of... I gave her full authority on domestic and foreign policy. She was right there with me.
I think that he made Trump's next commercial. That needs to be Trump's next commercial. It's like, do you want more of this? Because honestly, right there, he just said
It is a great spot.
4 years of Kamala, and look at where we are. Let's go for another 4, huh? How about it? I think that's a great commercial. I'm just saying, you might know the man, you might know some people. I think you should definitely hand it to them.
And they are trying to kind of obfuscate him. They are trying to kind of hide him. Why not just get rid of him and have Kamala step in as the commander in chief right now? I really do think that's a possibility
That's coming,
here.
man. I'm feeling it strongly. Like, I think mid to late October, they've got to do it because
That would certainly be the October surprise. I mean, generally speaking, since voting starts in September in many states, the October surprise is starting to get a little outdated.
True.
But that could certainly be the October surprise. Hillary Clinton, who'd certainly be in on it, now likens herself to the mythological figure Cassandra, and says there's going to be an October surprise. There's a lot of blood on her stiletto, so you got to wonder what she's talking about. But that may be what it is. It's the replacement of Joe Biden, the elevation of the first woman president. Which, guess what, Hillary? It's not fucking you. Oh, pardon. It's not you. It's not you. Anyway.
I mean, but can you imagine Kamala running a campaign or whatever, campaigning and being the president at the same time? I mean, talk about somebody not qualified to do these two things at the same time.
I mean, I think there's a lot of interesting things tonight. Them trying to lower the expectations for the debate, CNN and the Daily Beast. Kamala saying she was sleep deprived when she chose him. This is, I mean, are they about to regret it, as I said earlier? But then on top of it all, she still can't answer a basic question.
Nope.
This is a fundamental problem.
But she does come from a middle class family, though. I've got
She
that.
does,
answer
and her mom
a lot
worked
of
really
times.
hard to buy that house.
I've heard that. I heard that before somewhere.
Yeah, it's a great comeback.
And her housekeeper was like a second mother to her. I mean, it's like it's a terrible script, and it's the only script she's got, and she uses it over and over again. It's amazing.
She doesn't seem to have any extemporaneous skills whatsoever.
Zero.
Can you imagine telling the American people, especially right now when they can't even afford groceries, like, my housekeeper was my second mom? How many Americans are like, I can relate? Yep.
Right.
Yep. I had that too.
What's really horrifying is that like this lady was an attorney. I don't know how she did that job.
She didn't. According to the reports, people are saying she's a terrible.
Well, then that makes more sense.
It's a terrible attorney.
She is just a disaster.
I think there's going to be more and more focus on her record as a district attorney. There's an amazing new documentary out by Joel Gilbert. It's the story of Sheree Peoples, a black woman who was prosecuted because her daughter was truant from school, which is a violation of state law. But the daughter had sickle cell anemia, and she was in the hospital where 12 years old, she suffered a stroke. She had to have blood transfusions every 3 weeks. She was in the hospital more than she was out for the time period. The school had all these records, knew what the situation was. She stormed this woman's home at 6 o'clock in the morning, arrested her, perp walked her out for the television cameras, prosecuted her, and put her in jail.
Oh my God, how evil!
That's what you call joy.
How evil! How absolutely evil!
And then she uses the issue as a centerpiece of her campaign. She was then the district attorney of San Francisco. She uses it as one of the building blocks of her race for attorney general, saying, I put these parents in jail. Now she says, oh, well, no parents actually went to jail. Well, this woman went to jail. It's a very powerful It's a very, very powerful documentary.
Where can people find this documentary?
I posted it on X. Enrique, what's the?
I retweeted it too, so it should be on my
Okay.
Twitter timeline at Luke We Are Change or at Roger Stone on Twitter as well. So if you go on
Lisa,
Roger's Twitter feed, you'll be able to find.
I
the
will
link
be
there
watching
as well.
this.
Say again. Arrestedbykamala.com. There you go.
Arrestedbykamala.com. That is amazing. I am going to be watching
amazingly
this.
powerful. Amazingly powerful.
I mean, it's just so evil. As a mother, I can't imagine having a sick child, having a child that I have to, worry about making sure that they have, the care that they need, and then being arrested.
And the daughter speaks in the video. She's very, very compelling. It's a very sad story.
It is.
With the stroke of her pen, she just gets to ruin somebody's life. How
Well,
wonderful.
and she constantly argues that this is why she's preeminently qualified for the White House.
The Supreme Court ultimately overturns the law under which she's prosecuting this woman, and the case is finally dismissed after a 2-year legal struggle.
Please tell me this woman won some type of settlement with the state.
No, not at all. In fact, there's a give, send, go up for her because she's barely getting by.
Oh my God, that's brutal. That's brutal. It definitely does not qualify Kamala to be president. I don't know what it qualifies her to be. Maybe, I don't know, the president of another location.
brothel.
There's going to be more and more focus on her record as a prosecutor. Jeff Clark, who's the former assistant attorney general in the Trump administration, is going to be on my 77 WA radio show on Sunday to talk about, the false narrative. I put drug dealers in jail. I put gang. No, she actually pursued soft on crime policies. A drug dealer had to be arrested 3 times before she would prosecute them under her policies.
You just keep selling her to me. I don't know what to tell you. It's just like I feel the love for Kamala right now.
If you really want to see who someone is, you give them a bunch of power, and then you truly do see their true colors. And I think we saw that with Kamala when she was given the authority that she was given, and how she ritualistically abused it. She, I think, represents also a perfect puppet for.
Luke, I got to stop you right there. You keep calling her Kamala. That's racist. You're a racist. That's a racist term. You're doing it to denigrate
well,
her.
I'm a person of color, and you accusing me now is technically
Kamala.
you're the
Let me
racist.
tell you how you remember. Communist Kamala. Got it?
Got
Now
it.
you'll
got
never
it.
forget again.
Makes
or
perfect
in
sense.
Spanish, Kamala.
All right.
Very
He
easy.
still says Thomas Macy. There's nothing you can do to fix the
I know.
pronunciation.
You know what? It's the Polish accent.
I actually saw a spot in which some lunatic on MSNBC was chastising somebody who had called her
Yeah, I saw
Kamala,
that too.
I guess it was.
Right.
Yeah.
Kamala.
She doesn't deserve any respect on her name. So
No, she doesn't. And by the way, when she said that, we will violate the sanctity of your home to make sure that you're storing your guns properly, like that is real dictator stuff. Like she's going to send in, jackboot thugs to go check on your gun safe.
She didn't like the Second or the Fourth Amendment. from
No,
the sounds
none of
it.
them.
I don't think she likes any of them, but I wonder what type of gun she owns. Just out of curiosity. What
A
do you
really
think
cool
she
one,
owns?
apparently.
She doesn't. I honestly don't.
She
think
owns the thugs that own the guns, I guess.
I doubt she really owns a gun.
in related Kamala news, we have this clip highlighting a lot of people who allegedly were kind of worried about today's developments and started to make runs to Costco, as a lot of people have reported that the hoarding has already started. Now,
That's a normal shopping trip at Costco.
depends where you are. If, like in the south of Miami, yes. Further away from it, actually, no. But
Okay, that line is pretty serious.
no,
I take
that
it back.
line is
Stock up
is
on
very
toilet paper,
serious.
people.
But I don't know about you guys, but when I saw the news today and when it developed, I automatically was like, "How are my supplies? Do I have the toilet paper? Do I have the tissue? Do I have everything I need?"
Please tell me your first thought wasn't toilet paper.
Of
Please.
course not. But
Please tell me that you all know that bidets exist.
You have 3 rooms of survival food. What are you talking about?
Stop telling everyone. It's only toilet paper, Roger. Okay.
The looters may come here when things get really bad. You know?
Yes.
Well,
So-
but they also then have other issues to deal with if they want to come.
Yeah,
to
they can try.
Atlas barked
Yeah.
on that note as well. Come
Atlas was
over
like,
here,
"You
right?
can try."
Or what are you going to do, Atlas? There you go. Good job. Lay down. So I think the economic calamity of all this will also be pretty severe. It's already very difficult to survive Bidenomics. I think the latest developments in the Middle East, I think the major protest with the union at the ports is also something major as well. This is big.
Huge. This is
Yep.
huge. I mean, this is very interesting because the guy who's the head of Longshoreman comes from Queens, grew up in the same neighborhood as Trump, knows Trump, had a relationship with Trump before Trump was in politics. So they're on excellent terms. If Trump were president right now, he wouldn't just call these guys and say, work it out. He would call them both to the White House, and he would mediate the thing himself, and everybody would stay locked in the room until they had a deal that was good for everybody. That's what he would do. It would take some time. It wouldn't be easy, but this is his forte, as they say. This is what he does. He's a deal maker. Yeah. Instead, Biden is kind of sitting back saying, well, you guys work it out. His Secretary of Commerce says she's not even paying attention to it. If they strike every port from Maine to the tip of Key West, the prices, particularly in grocery stores, but the prices across the board will skyrocket, and the actions based on the inability of goods will start hurting every industry because, as the longshoremen's union president says, hey, the cars don't come in, the car salesman can't sell the cars. He can't sell the cars, he gets fired. Don't you see how this works?
Yep.
I will cripple you, he said. So he's playing for keeps, and Biden is out to lunch. This before an election, this is not good for Kamala Harris.
Absolutely not. Newsweek had a very interesting article highlighting the argument that you're making here, as they had an article titled "Port Strike Could Be October Surprise Kamala Harris Dreaded," as a lot of the blame will be put on this current administration. But the larger economic effects, especially with energy prices going up, especially with more turmoil and fighting in the Middle East, devastating. And I think a lot of people aren't seriously considering the larger kind of economic ramifications from all of this, as it's fair to say the federal government is doing everything they can in order to keep energy prices low. They're doing everything they can to make themselves look more favorable during these hard economic times, and it's already pretty bad. What's going to happen if November 5th passes and they no longer have to keep this charade going? I think we're going to see a lot of very big financial problems, especially in 2025, but that's just my assessment.
I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, just libertarian side of me, I can't help but do a little economic talk about this, but this guy's making $900,000 a year. The average longshoreman's making 150. The boss dude is he's got a yacht. He drives, I think it's a Bentley or some fancy car. These people aren't exactly starving. Now, they work hard jobs, and I'm not trying to push these people out of their job, but let's be honest. These ports globally have already been replaced with automation in a lot of areas, particularly China. All this is doing is expediting the demise of their own profession.
Absolutely.
And I don't say that with any glee. I'm just telling you the reality of the situation. You guys are already getting paid handsomely for a job that can be done by a robot, and the more you get paid, the faster you will not have a job. So that's what's happening. I'm just warning you. But as far as political aspects of this, it is devastating to the Biden and Kamala campaign.
They're also hurting Americans.
So in other words, you're a scab. Is that what you're saying?
I am not saying that.
Okay, you're anti-union. Is that what you're saying? You're against the working man here. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not really pro-union. I will say that, but I'm not anti per se. I just think that they are being put out of business or put out of work because of automation. It's happening.
I think it is absolutely true in all of these huge unions that the union leadership lives extremely well. They have lavish expense accounts. They have high salaries, but that doesn't reflect on the rank and file who have the same inflationary
by and
problems.
large, I agree.
The guys who are actually unloading boxes.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with making 150K.
Are you saying people at the top are generally doing better than the people that they represent? I think that's universal across not just unions, but government and many other.
I think it's largely that way too, because the unions are very reflective of governmentalities.
But if you saw the chairman of the president, the Longshoremen's Union, in his interviews, he's being he's talking very, very tough. He's talking a very provocative game. That's what his union members pay him for. That's what he's paid. That's why he has the Bentley.
Yeah.
But there's a little bit of a twist here, and that is that we currently have a situation with a hurricane that just passed through North Carolina, where people are devastated, where they aren't getting supplies, where they are going to need gas. We live in Florida. We know how this is. We've lived through several hurricanes. This is the absolute worst time for them to go on strike. And I don't think that the American people are going to forgive the situation. I think that this is going to be a nightmare for them.
There's another very important point to add then, because as I said, the average guy is making about $150K a year. Most Americans look at that and go, "You're doing all right." On top of that, they were offered a 50% raise over the next 5 years, and they said no, because just to prove that my case earlier was correct, because they want there to be a forever ban on automation. That's the angle that they're trying to take. I'm sorry, but you are fighting against technological evolution. You're basically
They're Luddites. They're like Luddites.
Yeah, you're a horse and buggy operator
They're the
that's looking
elevator operator.
looking at the car maker going, I want you to ban all cars forever. It ain't happening, brother. You're going to be out of a job.
Right. And add insult to injury, I think that they're doing it at the absolute worst time. We're not going to get gas into this country in a time where people are literally going to be without power for maybe months. I mean, North Carolina does not have the infrastructure the way Florida does to deal with a hurricane.
North Carolina is a
But the
mess.
political
It is.
splashback is on Harris and
100%.
Biden.
Yeah.
which is-
Absolutely, because
this
they needed to fix
this.
this.
I think this becomes a giant problem. Look, she actually believes that prices are higher because people who sell things are just gouging people. It's not that their costs are up, because and it's not because of the massive spending with their printing press money. No, it's none of that. It's because these greedy capitalists are trying to make a profit. The profit in the grocery store business is 1% to 2%. Period. That's the university the industry standard. So nobody's gouging anybody, but they're paying more for the food. Therefore, they have to sell it to you for more.
And just to remind people, we got a taste of this. People probably don't remember because it's been a while now. But in mid 2020, when we had the lockdowns, there was supply chain breakdowns, and there was these massive lines at the port of Long Beach where they couldn't get enough shipments in. This was largely actually because of the truckers this time as opposed to the longshoremen. But regardless, what it created was there was simultaneously a run on goods because of the lockdowns. Then there was a shortage because of the lockdowns because there was not enough people to get the goods from the ports to the stores. And then you saw inflation and you saw shortages. It's a very jarring thing, particularly for an American who has never seen this, to see empty shelves.
And $10
I fear we could
eggs
see it
and-
again.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was like Venezuela when I visited, and I went all along that country and saw a lot of things that were destroyed because of the economic policies there that Kamala Harris is literally talking about as she's advocating for price controls, which would be devastating.
That'll fix
Devastating.
it.
But yeah,
I lived in Venezuela when those price controls started, and they put price controls on milk. And what ended up happening is you couldn't find milk. There
Yep.
was no milk to purchase, because if you have to sell milk for a certain amount of money, but it costs you more to produce it, guess what? You're not going to produce it.
Yeah, well, now people are expecting more shortages, higher prices. A local news report really, I think, hit the nail on the head about the larger consequences here. Here's the clip.
This morning, a strike is looming at ports along the east and
The
Gulf
strike happened.
coasts that could cost the American economy billions of dollars per day and potentially lead to shortages for consumers.
A strike of this magnitude would cripple the U.S. economy.
Dock workers represented by the International Longshoremen's Association are threatening to go on strike Tuesday. The strike would affect 45,000 workers and close to 36 ports from Texas to Maine. Analysts warn a walkout lasting more than a week could lead to major supply chain disruptions. Anything imported could be delayed, including fresh produce, toys, alcohol, and vehicles and parts. Some experts warning if you need your car repaired, get to the dealership now.
If there's a prolonged strike, you could see shortages with fresh fruits and vegetables. Obviously, the automotive parts sector will be impacted.
The Port Workers Union is demanding higher wages and a ban on automated cranes, gates, and trucks. The U.S. Maritime Allowance, representing the ports, claims the union isn't bargaining in good faith.
The Maritime
You don't
Alliance
say.
has filed an unfair labor practice charge with the National Labor Relations Board in hopes of getting the union back to the bargaining table before Tuesday's contract deadline.
Yeah. You know what else creates supply chain shortages? War and conflict, which could potentially unfold. Clint, you brought up the Strait of Hormuz. There's a lot of other things also happening specifically with Russia, as Russian fighter jets just flew very close next to American fighter jets, showing a form of kind of intimidation as the Chinese are showing off their drones. And people don't understand how quickly things could escalate. And I really do believe there's a lot at stake during this specific election cycle that is absolutely tumultuous, crazy, wild, and just the beginning of a lot of surprises to come. Hillary Clinton's is even warning about October surprises. What do you guys think will happen? What do you guys think is the next kind of big thing ahead of us, since there's so many different things that are just unfolding so quickly? Americans' attention span has just been absolutely obliterated by all the TikToks and Instagram feeds, that so many things are just happening and people are just conveniently forgetting them. As it's also important to note, there was 2 attempted takings of the life of the lead frontrunner in this election as well. I don't think a lot of people are safe. I think the situation is only going to get crazier. And it was always foreign policy that I was particularly looking at, that I always said would be the biggest surprise, that would have the biggest devastating effects, not just on the American economy, but the world economy as well.
Usually when Hillary Clinton says surprise, it's the last thing you hear. So I'm pretty nervous. Look, here's my real concern is that, Donald Trump has signaled that he is seeing intel that I am not privy to, and I'll take him at his word that perhaps it's legitimate. But I am very skeptical of the narratives that are being promulgated when it comes to the attacks against Donald Trump, and it all stemming from Iran. And now you have this escalation between Israel and Iran that's very significant. You have this debate tonight with J.D. Vance where he's going to be asked about this. I'm very nervous about a October surprise of a war with Iran. So that, plus, will Donald Trump maintain his America First kind of let's lean towards non-interventionism? I think that's what he wants to be. I'm still concerned that he is being fed intel that may or may not be accurate, that is leading him to believe that we ought to be very antagonistic towards Iran. I don't think it's necessary. Maybe I'm naive, but I don't think so.
Let's be clear, though. They're not saying that the 2 attempts on his life had anything to do with Iran.
Yes.
They're not saying that either of the alleged assassins, and I have more and more questions about the Butler.
No kidding.
And more information has come to me, and I'm still working with Jack Posobiec and others to try to fact-find what the FBI, the Secret Service, and sadly the Congress, with the exception of a few members, are not doing. Mm-hmm. But they don't claim that is connected in any way to Iran. They say Iran, however, has a plan to kill Trump. Iran is hacking people in Trump's campaign. Iran has assassination teams on the ground. Iran may have smuggled 9 ground-to-air surface missiles into the country. They're certainly setting the stage. Now, they brought a criminal indictment against a number of Iranians who they claimed hacked individuals in connection with trying to infiltrate both the Harris and the Biden and the Trump campaign. But that's an indictment. The government doesn't have to show their evidence in this early stage. They just have to say that they have that evidence. I don't know, to be honest with you. It does have a certain logic because the Iranians know they're done if Donald Trump becomes president again. He had them on the verge of bankruptcy. He destroyed their economy. They couldn't even sell their oil to the Chinese. They were broke.
But just think about the opposite side of that coin is that Trump. I mean, if they actually take out Trump, it doesn't matter how much the deep state of America despises Donald Trump. They're going to go to war against Iran, and they're going to chop the head of the snake off of Iran immediately. Well, why would they possibly risk that? They know that it's
they'll just replace Trump with Nikki Haley, which I think was the original plan with the first attempted taking of Donald Trump's life.
That would never, of course, have happened.
And I think the biggest message, and I was trying to hone this in a couple days ago. I released a specific video, addressing all this, saying, hey, it wasn't the Iranians that made the Secret Service stand down. It wasn't the Iranians that failed with all these warnings. It wasn't the Iranians that, of course, allowed 8 shots to be taken while keeping Donald Trump on stage here, which needs to be, of course, honed in and really brought home this larger messaging of, hey, there's still a lot of very serious questions, as I think the same people that, wanted Donald Trump out of the picture also really want a war with Iran. And I think that connection there deserves a lot more insight, a lot more kind of investigation. Steph, let's read off the super chats really quick here because we still got a lot to talk about, and the debate starts in about 15 minutes as well.
All right, we got S.A. Federale saying, what's the multiplier in getting a subscription to Luke Unfiltered versus handing you funds through the app that Google won't let us name? I want to support both, but mostly you. Fight, fight, fight. LukeUnfiltered.com. We need your support more than ever. I got devastating news last week that is just wild. I'm talking to lawyers and accountants trying to figure this all out. LukeUnfiltered.com is the best one. Laneboy6 saying, came to the stream for political analysis from my main nibba, Clint. staying for the beautiful Martha Bueno.
Ooh, thank you.
We have Zach USMC94 saying, we cannot lose this show. They are trying to take it away for a reason.
Yeah, we're at jeopardy for being taken out, and it's a legitimate threat and a legitimate serious issue that I'm dealing with. It's not easy.
I'm not familiar with this.
I'm not. This is all news to me.
I haven't really told anyone. I'm talking to lawyers and accountants. I could show you the letter I got, but it has my private details on it, so don't show anyone.
Yeah.
But it's literally what I warned you about. A couple of weeks ago, we had a private conversation. I was like, expect this. That's what happened to me. I don't know.
They tend to
I
come
don't know if you
after
want to see
people.
it. But
What is this? What is this?
Off the record, don't show anyone. Just
But capsulize this in one sentence for our.
I'm screwed.
We got that. But
Yeah.
Well, it's what happens when you're being effective.
Yeah.
Is
they're
you
decapitating you at YouTube. They're decapitating you where?
Financially.
I see.
Yeah. Don't tell anyone because I still got to talk to lawyers. But that's the seriousness.
So you're getting the
of-
full Alex Jones treatment.
Yeah, essentially.
Bankrupted. So yeah, it's not easy. Your support means the world to us, and we're going to do our best to fight our way through this, and to, of course, get to the bottom of everything that's happening, and make sure that we could still survive. But you saw it.
Sign up now, LukeUnfiltered.com.
Yeah, it's not easy.
I will have Luke Rogowski T-shirts that say Luke did nothing wrong.
That's
out
right.
within
Freeluke.com.
They might send me to jail. Like, serious. Like, legit. You could show Roger the letter if you want. But, Roger, don't tell anyone. It has my, private details on there, so, don't show anyone. I think she might want to go outside. Is the door open for her? Let's just make sure the door is open for Atlas, because she's also disturbed by this news, too. But I was disturbed, too.
We've got to do all that we can, Luke. I'm telling you, we need that foot cam. That's all I'm saying.
No foot cams, as of course.
Got to do my part to help out the show.
Full-time Martha Bueno foot cam. I'm telling you, we can monetize this.
Yeah. But it's just devastating stuff that we're dealing with behind the scenes. And I don't think there's a coincidence that Alex Jones is getting his whole entire empire liquidated. I don't think there's a coincidence that other people like Tim Pool are attacked. Other people in alternative media are also taken down, as of course we're dealing with an insurmountable kind of situation that also is extremely difficult to deal with as well.
I think is a very key point, and that is that the assets of InfoWars will now go on sale in a bankruptcy sale in November 13th. Media Matters for America, who are evil villains, have already intimated that they will be mounting a bid to try to get the assets and decimate or just close it down. Take it like a trophy.
Is Media Matters Soros funded? Where do they get their
I thought it was
funding?
Clinton funded. Wasn't
I think
it?
any left winger that David Brock can wheedle money out of funds them.
Okay.
Bill Gates is also a big financer of it.
I think he's gotten some Soros money. In any event, I am working with a group of other patriots, investors, to try to mount a bid to save InfoWars. Whether or not we will be successful remains to be seen. If people are seriously interested in participating and they have substantial assets and they believe in free speech, I think there is a way to buy this out of bankruptcy and to preserve it and get it back on the road. What's really audacious is they're attempting to steal Jones's identity. In other words, he can no longer be real Alex Jones on X. He can no longer host the Alex Jones show. He can certainly no longer use the name InfoWars, even though InfoWars was not the party sued. The party sued. The party that owes these judgments is Alex Jones personally and Free Speech Systems.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
So we are working on a solution. We cannot let the left take down InfoWars. InfoWars is an icon. If you read my book, The Making of the President 2016, about the rise and election of Donald Trump, could not have been done without InfoWars. InfoWars is a key factor in Trump's nomination. Elites may not want to admit it, but it is the truth.
I've said it many times. I really do think he could have made the difference in that election.
Yeah, we offered Alex Jones this studio. We were like, hey, you get kicked out of yours, you could use this one. And I was like, I'll give any support to you. And then, boom, I got that letter. And I'm like, I can't really do anything now. So,
Jones would be like sleeping in a cot in the back.
Yeah, we have a guest room for Alex. We told him it'll be a lot of fun to hit the streets with him in Miami,
Oh, man.
down
I can't
here
even
in Southern
imagine.
Florida, and he's definitely someone that has been a trailblazer and deserves to be protected, whether you like him or you don't. What he did for independent media, no one else has done when it comes to, of course, opening the Overton window and the conversations that we're allowed to have, predominantly because of him being able to, of course, have it, and that's why they punished him the way that they did. Another person that is being punished is P. Diddy. As very interestingly, we also got an announcement that there's going to be some surprise indictments here, as of course we have this statement here that I wanted to play for everyone before we go into the presidential debate, the vice presidential debate in about 11 minutes from now.
But the names that we're going to name, assuming that our investigators confirm and corroborate what we've been told, are names that will shock you. These are individual cases. There are indeed other perpetrators involved. They will be revealed when that particular individual case is ready to be filed. They already know who they are. And I'm talking here about not just the cowardly but complicit bystanders. That is, those people that we know watched this behavior occur and did nothing. And I'm talking about the people that participated, encouraged it, egged it on. They know who they are.
Yep, as my response to all of this is, who is they? As we got new details surrounding the latest accusations against P. Diddy, as of course he is now accused of hurting a 9-year-old boy and spiking the drinks with, quote, horse tranquilizers during his Diddy freak-off parties, as more than 120 victims have come forward with more shocking claims against Diddy. My question to you guys, who is they?
Well, anytime I see a victim list that's in the triple digits, my immediate thought is, you didn't get away with this for decades without there being some protection. So I would like to know who was protecting you, or who are you working for? Because that's very similar to Epstein. It just screams that, doesn't it?
Look, I think that this is a larger thing that's been going on systematically in the entertainment industry, specifically in the rap industry, and Liz Crokin was on my show at 77 WABC, an activist who's made a great documentary film, Into the Light, about the entire issue of child sex trafficking, as well as reporting on all of this. She insists that Jay-Z is the next domino to fall. Yeah. That is widely rumored. Also, people are now examining why it may be that New York City Mayor Eric Adams gave the key to the city to P. Diddy. Yep. How many freak-off parties did Diddy have to invite the mayor to get the key to the city? It's a legitimate question.
And this wasn't long ago. That was like a year and a half ago. They were giving him the key.
That is correct.
So these investigations had to have been happening by then.
It's wild because with the Harvey Weinstein stuff, this should have started happening then. Right. You know, this should have started being uncovered then. And then we had Epstein. Well, I guess Epstein came first, but then didn't, and then now we have Diddy. I think it's just going to keep happening. I wonder how many politicians are going to fall in this. And I've been hearing the Jay-Z thing too. So we'll see.
That should have been the real Me Too moment.
But I think there's a fundamental difference here. So Epstein was based on my 2015 book, The Clintons' War on Women. I did a huge amount of research on him, and he was essentially an equal opportunity blackmailer. He was a blackmailer for hire. He worked for the U.S. government, he worked for the Israeli government, he worked for the Saudi government, he worked for private. He got blackmail information on anyone you needed to target, and he did it by providing underage girls and boys and filming the escapades with very powerful, wealthy people.
Yep.
But he was protected, and I think ultimately taken out because he had done so much work for the government. Diddy, I don't think is doing any of this on behalf of the government. He's getting his freak on, and he's using his power in the entertainment industry to clearly abuse Justin Bieber. I think that seems pretty clear to me, and many others.
And Usher and so many others.
Exactly. So I just think this thing is going to mushroom out of control. Because this is very widespread in the industry.
Oh, I don't actually disagree with your analysis there. I just think that it's unlikely he got away with it for decades without there being political protection or police protection or
there had to be something. Remember,
I think it's money. I think the people involved have a huge amount of money for lawyers, money for payoffs, money for bribes, and also you don't know if there are complainants. In other words, a lot of this as you know, goes on under the surface.
Right.
And people don't break through to tell the story of being raped and abused by these people this famous. And when they do, no one believes them at first.
Yeah.
And let's not forget here, Diddy was hanging out with the Obamas, the Clintons, a lot of other prominent Democrats, as well as the royal family that also attended his parties as well.
I saw a video from 2020 when Diddy said he would break Donald Trump's neck.
Mm-hmm.
They asked him, "What's the matter?" He said, "We got to get rid of Trump. I'd like to break that guy's neck." Well, that's threatening the president of the United States.
Wow, I never saw
I am a fan of people who are just like, God, this is so bad. He likes Kamala, so therefore we cannot like him. Is kind of how we cannot like her. He's so wrong in every sense, and the fact that he hates Donald Trump so much, that's kind of like a yep, check. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Before Trump got into politics, he too was groveling to get a picture with Trump because Trump was always very popular, with the kind of this outlaw image which people liked, the bad boy image that he had. The helicopters,
the main thing
women.
I've learned over the past week or so since this case became big news is that 50 Cent is a real dude
and a prophet.
And a prophet. He wrote.
And Cat Williams. Cat Williams.
Oh, of course.
Oh, my God.
Cat's incredible. But I didn't know this about 50 Cent. 50 wrote the lyrics for a bunch of the verses that Diddy sang. And if you actually listen to the lyrics that he wrote for Diddy, it is like confessions. Over and over and over again. It's amazing.
I got to be very honest with you. I've had a beef with 50, a big beef.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
There's a legendary gangster named Big Meech out of Detroit. Yep. Every black person in Detroit knows who he is.
Yep,
He and his brother and a third Confederate went to prison for tax evasion. He got a draconian 40-year sentence. The brother and the Confederate have been released, but Big Meech, who is on kidney dialysis and now blind, languishes in prison. 50 Cent acquired the rights to Big Meech's story for a Starz TV series. You know how much he paid the brother? Nothing. He paid him nothing. He promised to put Big Meech's son in the series as an actor. So I think he exploited the brother, and I think he needs to pay Big Meech.
I agree, man.
I also I implored President Donald Trump to pardon Big Meech when people brought this case to my attention. I think it's interesting. Every time he comes up for parole, the prosecutors argue that he was convicted of violent crimes, Your Honor, and tax evasion is not a violent crime.
No, actually, taxes are violent.
Yeah, the whole taxation.
Extremely violent.
So I really, on that basis alone, I've had a beef with the.
Well,
50.
I just want to
remedy this 50 Cent. Remedy this immediately.
Fix it right now.
Pay
And
the
Donald
brother,
Trump,
pay the brother.
free this man when you're president.
his family
Along
if
with
you
Ross
can.
Ulbricht. Free Ross.
If there's enough public pressure, it could potentially happen. So the more that people talk about it, the more that people share these kind of conversations, the more important something could actually develop and happen here. As to add to this particular story that I just brought up here, it's important to note here that a Texas lawyer that is representing some of the people coming forward is allegedly saying that there's 120 victims, 25 were allegedly underage while the abuse happened between 1991 and, of course, the last few years. That's a long period of time to have a lot of this happen, and nothing to, of course, happen to P. Diddy in response to that.
30 years.
Yes, that's
Don't forget
a lot of years.
Tupac murder, the Biggie murder. Also, he shot somebody in a club. J-Lo got off for carrying.
It's right. Shine took the blame.
Mm-hmm.
Shine had to take the blame.
I mean, so lots of incidences have gone on. Without any repercussions for him. So I think it's maybe the tides are turning, maybe not.
So I want to get this absolutely straight. You're positive that Tupac's actually dead?
I'm pretty sure he's in Cuba. As someone made a video, I was interviewing David Icke at Occupy Wall Street, and there's a black guy that walked by, and it was a YouTuber that made an entire video about this and said Tupac lives. He's behind Luke, walking around him. That video got like 12 million views. Literally just mega viral, and it's just a random guy walking by me.
I think it's entirely possible that Tupac, Janis Joplin, an elderly Elvis Presley at this point, John F. Kennedy Jr. all live on some secret island someplace.
Probably.
I
With
had
the way-
somebody on Q tell me that. I said, "Oh, well, if you say so."
If it's Q and anonymous, it has to be legitimate.
Right,
of course, you know the best, the most legitimate news comes from anonymous sources that don't put their name behind it. As of course, we are 2 minutes away from the vice presidential debate. Before going to the debate, we want to talk about one of our sponsors, and that is landofbiltong.com. This is amazing kind of meat that you could get from a family-owned business. It's a family-friendly snack. It's low in carbs, packed with protein, making biltong the ultimate health snack. Biltong is a great source of iron, also serves as a source of other several essential nutrients, including magnesium, potassium, and B vitamins, which translates into exceptional gains in all aspects of life. If you follow any high-protein, meat-based diet, biltong should be an essential part of your diet. Code WRC for free shipping. Code WRC10 for 10% purchases off of $45. We did a meetup for members of LukeUnfiltered.com. We brought everyone biltong. Everyone really loved it. And we told everyone, okay, we're at this restaurant. Just eat it when you're not at the restaurant. People were walking away eating it, and they're like, this is really awesome. A lot of people really appreciate this. We appreciate him. The city is giving him problems. The government's giving me problems. So we like to support the people who support independent media. Land of Biltong is, of course, one of them. Check them out. The link will be in the description and comment section down below.
That's right. Landofbiltong.com. It's one of those products that once you try it, you're going to get it again. And it's actually healthy for you. So just don't wait. Landofbiltong.com.
Yep. Steph was there too during the meetup.
Yeah, it was great. Once you try it, you gotta buy it.
And let me guess, during the meetup, Luke did nothing but talk smack about how I wasn't there, even though I had to be in DC.
Even though
Actually,
we were
no,
in DC.
no. We were telling everyone how you're just fake, an AI generated person that doesn't really exist.
Don't tell them the truth.
Yeah.
We were both in DC, but I have to say I just had a few of those before going on air. So thank you, Land of Biltong, for something delicious to keep me going during this next upcoming debate, which I'm sure is going to be a beep show.
You know, I love Land of Biltong mainly because I'm a middle class, girl, grew up in the middle class environment where people cared about their lawns, and I think we can all relate to that.
Yeah, it looks
absolutely.
like we also got a sneak peek at the VP presidential debate happening right now. Here's a clip from it. And that is CBS's Nora O'Donnell carrying Tim Walz through the vice presidential debates that are officially beginning.
Do you think Walz
right
is going to
now.
have the same earrings that Kamala was wearing last time?
It wouldn't surprise me with the way that things are going, but it looks like the debates have now officially started.
Let the games begin.
News headquarters in New York. America
I think we're going to stay on
decides
YouTube.
The vice presidential debate.
Because this type of thing makes me want to say racial slurs.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and
Contain
thank you for
yourself,
joining us
Do
for
we have
tonight's
the ability to
CBS
turn
News
that
Vice
volume up a
Presidential
little
Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
Tim is such a fat goofball.
Wow. Exciting.
I know.
I'm Margaret
Zany.
Brennan.
I
In
just
order
tried
to
to be
have a
zany.
thoughtful
He's a
and civil
communist.
debate, these are the
Zany
rules
He's
that
a
both
zany
campaigns
communist.
have agreed
But he's
to.
so sweet.
Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then
Double
each
female
candidate will get
panel.
another minute to make further points, with an
surprised
additional
they don't have
1
cats.
minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the
Change your cat
moderators
lady
is to
panel.
facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check
The
claims
Haitians ate the
made
cats
by each
before the
other.
debate.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns.
Maybe.
Oh,
The
I'm so
stage
glad they
is
said
set. Governor,
Sure. 'Cause
Senator,
last time
thank
they
you
didn't say
for
that.
joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret. Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed.
thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up.
Nope.
Senator
Ad
Vance,
hominem
the same
attacks.
question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit, because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working-class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor
He walked the
Walz,
tightrope.
do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership.
I'm sorry,
and
the
when
last 3
Iran
years
shot down an
almost
American
4, that
aircraft
didn't matter?
in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall.
That's what they're doing with this question
Senator
now.
Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change.
Who cares? They're idiots.
Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of the specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on demand for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle. We need in here. These are the detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. Send state law enforcement to escort Trump and not villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status. Temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own
Thank you, Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we
CBP
want to have
app has not been on the books since 1990.
They're shutting off his mic.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret.
So
The
condescending.
economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one, whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
Did he just say to trust the experts?
Governor, you
literally
said trust the experts.
Yep.
But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home. Pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, they're trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, You said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy? You have 2 minutes.
Well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, I was one of the most elect me to governor twice. So look, Mike will say more than the impact it made, the difference it made in my life. I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this is I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Whoa.
Thank you, Governor. Wow. Senator
30
Vance,
times in China
in
to learn how to be a
2016,
governor.
you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think they're doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, Congressman to whine about problems, it's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump, one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options.
It's just wild.
And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today.
She should have traveled.
That's why the restoration of Roe
I mean, I
versus
just
Wade.
find it ridiculous
when you listen to
that
Vice
people who
President Harris
forced
talk about
people
this
to
subject
get
and you
a
hear me
medical
talk about it,
treatment are
you
talking
hear us
about
talking
medical
exactly the
autonomy.
same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that, too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their health care decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
He doesn't know.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Wow. Very interesting debate performance as J.D. Vance is coming off with a very interesting strategy. A lot of people are complimenting him online. A lot of people are saying he's the clear winner here, that he's definitely very poised, that he's very definitely strategic with all of this. And a lot of people are just complimenting his performance overall, as Tim Walz is more likable than Kamala, but that's not saying a lot. As, of course, this debate performance truly is something that a lot of people are paying attention to, and they're taking notes. And I would say Vance is absolutely doing way better than Walz, in my opinion.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. I mean, he looks fantastic while he's doing it. He looks very professional. I wasn't.
Do you have a crush, Martha?
I don't. I actually didn't like him before, and when Donald Trump chose him, I was not a fan. So he's winning me over. I have to say, he's winning me over. He's doing a fantastic job at dealing with Walz.
I think what's so powerful about it is that it's so clearly slanted against or tilted against him. You have two, girl boss pantsuit wearing savages that are moderating, paired with them cutting his mic, paired with them angling the questions to be favorable towards Walz, also not allowing for Vance to really get any rebuttals in. They give Walz an opportunity to rebut anything he has to say. They fact check Vance anytime he has anything to say. They never do the opposite, and it doesn't matter because J.D. Vance is just that superior.
I think Vance has been strong. I think he missed a couple of opportunities. First of all,
totally agree.
I think in the early questioning, he should have pointed out that sanctions put in place by Donald Trump had brought Iran to its knees. They were broke, and that this could not have happened unless those sanctions were lifted and they got the $100+ billion. He didn't explain that. Secondarily, the question of the Langford bill has to be answered. The Langford bill would not have secured the border. First of all, it had $89 million in it for Ukraine. What does that have to do with our southern border? Nothing whatsoever.
Preach.
Another 18 for Israel, and it codified catch and release. It allowed almost 2 million illegals in the country a year, 150,000 a month. The funding is to pay for NGOs to help traffic people. The funding was for sanctuary cities. The funding was for lawyers to represent the illegals. There's nothing in there to assist deportation. Yes, the Border Patrol wanted the money because they needed more money for processing of the illegals into the country. It was a weak asylum screening. And this idea that you give somebody, okay, you can come in and you have a court date in 3 years, we'll see you around. This bill would not have secured the border, would have guaranteed 2 million grandfathered illegals in the country. That needs to be said. This idea that this deal, and Trump killed it for political purposes, ironically, the House and Senate Republicans came out against it before Trump made his position known.
Another really obvious opportunity that he had that he missed is when Walz does this appeal to authority, trust the experts garbage.
Oh, yeah.
And instead of focusing on how economists may have got offshoring wrong, you have such an obvious and powerful example in the 4 years, the lockdown era, the mandates, the Fauciism, the deity of Fauci.
The fact that the vaccines aren't.
I mean, this is kind of interesting. You saw it in the debate between Kamala and Trump, where she says, you went easy on the Chinese when you found out that they had created COVID in a Chinese lab. Really, that wasn't your position at the time. You said when Trump said that, he was crazy when he kept saying it came from China. It was racist. He came from China. Secondarily, they ignore the fact, they keep saying Trump bungled the pandemic. How did he bungle it? What would you have done differently? You were all for the lockdowns. You would have just kept us locked down longer.
Yeah.
That was the only real difference.
Faster,
and
harder,
mandated
longer.
more procedures that a lot of people are having problems with. I think that Hong Kong Tiananmen Square moment also was a major moment of that debate.
Oh,
it looks like the debate is coming back right now, so we're just going to play it for you guys.
Let me just say real quick.
Welcome back to
when
the
he said
CBS
he learned a
News
lot about how to
Vice
govern
Presidential
from his
debate.
time in China,
We want to
and
turn now to
Walz
America's
hit him.
gun
That's
violence
crazy.
epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s.
That's the right
So
stance.
let me ask
Sell
you,
them to me.
earlier this year, for the
I was
first
already
time,
voting for him.
the
They don't have to
parents
sell him.
of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings. I'll give you 2 minutes.
No. Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and
voted specifically
and he witnessed a
against,
shooting at a community
more
center
funds
playing
to
volleyball.
put,
Those things don't leave you. As a
guards
member
in
of
schools.
Congress,
Not surprised.
I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills.
Yeah, it'd be much
They're
easier
being
just to
kids.
disarm
We owe
everybody.
it to them
Yeah,
to
it's
get a
much easier.
fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting, and I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's
appreciate
doing
you saying
okay.
so.
Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety.
Friends with school shooters?
Yeah,
I'm
I
of an
heard
age
that
where
too.
my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it's just the gun. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing
Federal
crisis.
Reserve banking system?
Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes,
talked about everything.
remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say
I don't think anybody's concerned that he got
prices.
the questions beforehand.
Relief. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her deliver, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, yeah. Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health.
I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to. Go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is... So you think the individual
mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret.
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag. Several later died. And it wasn't just in there.
What?
In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, "We're marching to the governor's residence, and there may be casualties." The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, We need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret? Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance, I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
No.
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is
Democrats
I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
Wow. That ending part there was very kind of indicative of the way that they're trying to foment this kind of debate and where they're trying to lead the conversation to.
I mean, I just saw a couple of stark openings that J.D. Vance did not take. First of all, the people whining about democracy just threw out the guy who got 71 million votes and, got 71% and 17 million votes. No one nominated Kamala Harris. No Democrat primary voter or caucus voter voted for her. So where's the democracy?
Yeah.
He misses that entirely. Then secondarily, I wish he had addressed the question that the Trump tax cuts were across the board. They were not just tax cuts for billionaires. And in fact, people in the middle class brackets got a tax reduction of between 15 and 30%, while the average billionaire got a tax reduction of 1%. So the Trump tax cuts were never targeted at billionaires. They were targeted at everybody, although the middle class got the greatest tax reduction. He didn't answer that. As I said earlier, he should have addressed the Langford bill and how it would have solved nothing whatsoever. I like his commitment to the First Amendment, but Walz discussed putting your political opponents in jail when it is the Democrats who have weaponized the criminal justice system. We're trying to do that even as we speak. And he let that softball go by as well. So while I think he's been strong, there's been a lot of obvious openings here that he didn't take. And one other point, it is neither unconstitutional nor illegal to have an alternative elector under the Electoral College Act. President John F. Kennedy did exactly that in Hawaii in 1960 when there was a dispute over who had won the state. And ultimately, his alternative slate was seated, and the official slate put forward by Vice President Richard Nixon, the Republicans, was not seated.
Yes.
So it's not illegal under the, it also happened in 1877. So this is just, they've made up, the fake elector is a made up term. There is no such thing as a fake elector. In Georgia, for example, the electors hold a meeting and say, we're going to litigate the outcome of this election. We're going to sue to preserve our rights. We are forming this alternative slate. If we lose our lawsuit, the slate will not be seated. If we win the lawsuit, the slate would be seated. That is neither unconstitutional or illegal, other than in the minds of lunatics at MSNBC.
Yeah, I want to reiterate what you said, because Walz was talking about the dangers of arresting your political opponents as if the Republicans are doing it. And I think JD missed an important layup there. He could have said, you guys had Donald Trump arrested. You guys charged him. You guys are the ones putting your political opponents in jail. You're the ones that have weaponized the FBI against pro-life activists. You're the ones who weaponize the FBI and send them into school board meetings. It's your administration that of course, is doing all of this, arresting people based on their political thoughts and ideology, while also there's a history of them sending the IRS after particular individuals because of their political belief systems as well. So those were kind of easy points that I automatically thought of as well.
Too. I mean, there's
Yeah.
so many people currently in jail.
Whitmer.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people currently in jail for like from this administration. What?
It's also interesting that a number of pollsters, particularly Rasmussen, has proven that a majority of Americans don't believe the last election was fairly decided. They think there was widespread fraud. It's a mistake to run away from that, in my opinion. Every day we learn more about it. As it unfolds in Georgia and Arizona, particularly this week, even more evidence of fraud. And the people see this. Again, they create the fiction. 62 judges weighed the evidence. No, they didn't. 62 judges said, you have no standing. We're not going to hear your evidence. The evidence was never heard and rejected. There were no trials. In every case, they found some technical reason why the lawsuit could not be heard. That is not the same thing as losing 62 lawsuits. This is yet another big lie of the big left.
Yeah, and I think Walz brought it up in order to bring up a larger divide amongst Vance and Donald Trump, because he knows that's a very important issue for Donald Trump that Vance hasn't really spoken about. It looks like they're returning right now.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
Wow. Talk about a debate performance as the two are now shaking hands, talking to each other, patting each other. As I think it's fair to say, Vance definitely was playing up on his decorum, while Walz looked very uncomfortable. Walz never answered the first question, and the framing of the questions, I think, was a little biased. It wasn't as biased as ABC News as they were to Donald Trump, but they were still particularly very biased.
Very obnoxious when she had to step in and say, respected scientists say we have a climate crisis. I mean, this is ridiculous nonsense. But it's trust the experts. The COVID vaccinations are definitely. They're perfectly safe.
Perfectly. 99%.
And if you take it, you will definitely not, you can't contract COVID.
And you can't give it to other people.
Donald Trump's elected president, the stock market will crash. If Donald Trump is elected president, we're going to have World War III. Well, we had a record stock market, and we had no new wars, but we did successfully bring home tens of thousands of soldiers without the countries they were leaving collapsing into chaos behind them. Their whole campaign is based around this narrative of rewriting history and denying current reality. things are just peachy keen if you listen to the governor. By the way, on the choice of tie, Vance totally destroys the guy. I mean, blue suit, blue tie, solid blue tie makes your suit look black. The guy looked like an Undertaker.
He definitely did look like the pallbearer a little bit, especially during key moments.
Pallbearer, yeah, one of my favorites.
Yeah, he definitely looked like he was not comfortable during the duration of this entire kind of debate here, and he made a lot of mistakes. As of course, we have a lot of responses to this that I was personally retweeting on my own Twitter account, as it looks like the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, took to Truth Social and posted this sign: Trump Vance 2024, not friends with school shooters. Something that I believe Anna Paulina, Congresswoman, first tweeted as well on Twitter, as a lot of other people are responding to this, saying that J.D. Vance absolutely did a way better job than, of course, Walz here. I did a little poll here during the duration of this debate on Twitter, and I also did one on YouTube, and overwhelmingly 96.7% of people said Vance did a lot better.
There's a disproportionate number of people on the right who may be watching our feed.
Maybe.
That's why we win these polls in such a
But still,
lopsided way.
3.3 is like, yeesh.
Yeah.
This is just a Twitter poll. So,
Yeah.
I just
How
wanted
many
to say,
people have voted?
3,000.
I mean, last week I had to
3,000
post
people.
a poll that
That's,
said,
that's
how
solid.
much does Ron Filipowski weigh? And your two choices were 280 pounds or 310. 310 won it going away.
What I thought was interesting is that, I'm much more upset with this current regime, and I want fireworks. I want anger. I want passion. These are the things I want to see. What I sensed as a new political tactician, which is my new current career, is that he was told to basically fight with one hand behind his back. That J.D. Vance, even though he did a great job, I think that he's been put up there to appeal to housewives, to soften the edges of a very boisterous Donald Trump, and I think he did a very good job at that. So while he didn't deliver what I'm looking for, which is to demonstrate what an existential threat these people are, he did deliver in the task that he was presented with, which is to moderate and to put a more appealing visage on Donald Trump.
The tone was very positive. The tone was very conciliatory. Tim and I, we could be buds. We could work together.
Exactly.
We agree with that. It's very interesting. A lot of that in the first 1960 debate between Kennedy and Nixon. Once Nixon realizes Kennedy's coming at him from the right, you're not doing enough about Cuba. We have a missile gap with the Russians. Nixon starts saying, well, Senator Kennedy and I agree on the great goals. We just disagree on the methods. Very, very much the same technique here. Tim and I can agree on that. I really think he missed openings to refute the Langford border bill, as I say. He refuted the opportunity. He finally talked about drilling for gas and oil. He actually never used the word energy independence in the first half of the debate, which was an error, I think. But he got there, and he finally spoke of the importance of energy as the cornerstone of any economic growth going forward. He did not. He did an effective job of continually pointing out that Harris is in charge today. He's part of the administration that's in charge today. That I thought was very effective. I think he missed a few openings in the end, though. I think he acquitted himself quite well.
I do too.
Walz was not jumping around or grabbing his crotch, so I guess that was a plus.
Yes, that definitely was a plus. As of course, we soon will be going to Alex Jones, and we will be talking to him and his staff very shortly with all the developments from what we're all seeing here, reacting to the first and last ever vice presidential debate here. As I think you could pretty much, if you get one picture from the debate, it's this one right here with a kind of very flustered, very kind of scared, very kind of uncomfortable Walz there, that a lot of people are sharing this particular image, and then also talking about his Tiananmen comment and his comment with, of course, school shooters. Angela McCardle came out and said, this debate is a masterclass in debate. Every libertarian candidate should be watching it and taking notes. I agree. I think Walz was pinning I think Vance, was pinning a lot of Walz's policies against Kamala's. He wasn't really slinging mud. He wasn't really jabbing. He wasn't really attacking. And he did show a lot of decorum, which I think he was kind of told to do. I think the media was trying to portray him as this kind of brash, very aggressive person who hates cat ladies. That's been the overall kind of talking point. And I think he definitely kind of played into this portrayal of him as the media kind of wants him to look like, and did the exact opposite of that. He came out very calm. He came out, argued his points. Yes, he missed some clear major points that we all know. But again, when you're in that particular moment, when you have the cameras on you, when you have the lights on you, when you don't even have notes and you're told to speak off the cuff, I think he did incredibly well. And I think he performed really well. He kept his cool. He kept his calm. And a lot of people are saying that he's going to be a generational talent in the Republican political party. Now, he definitely is polished, and he definitely is a politician, and he's definitely the kind of opposite of what Donald Trump is to a lot of people, who is more of a populist firebrand that will tell you exactly like he feels like. And we see that from his post on Truth Social and the memes that he's sharing right now that is totally different than the larger message that I think Vance portrayed to the general public today, and most importantly to the American people, and most importantly to the women in these Midwestern countries, in these swing states that will be deciding this election.
One very important thing that he did that Trump should have done when he was on Gutfeld, and should have done in the last debate, which is to acknowledge the coalition with Robert F. Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard.
That was good.
I loved it when they want to embrace Dick Cheney. I don't understand why they don't understand. The American people hate Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney drove this country to a war that, as I said previously, killed tens of thousands of Americans and hundreds of thousands of Iraqis for no reason whatsoever, based on two lies.
It just
they were
proves how
involved in
out of
9/11.
touch they
They
are.
weren't. And they had weapons of mass destruction. So Dick Cheney is a war criminal. His daughter has benefited from him being a war criminal because all of that Halliburton money in his blind trust, it couldn't have been too blind since he knew it was Halliburton stock. They got the biggest rebuilding contracts in Iraq. So she's profiteered on this war. Then you can have what's left of the McCains. That's fine. Take them. You can have them. The American people do not like them. The American people don't want them.
Preach.
I'm happy to have the trade-off for RFK and Tulsi Gabbard.
That's an excellent point, and I think Vance could have driven that point closer to home by saying they're on the side of all these warmongers. They're on the side of all these neocons. They're on the side of Dick Cheney and the McCains out there. We're not. We're here with, and if he was playing up to that middle ground, he should have played it up a little bit more, in my opinion. But that's an excellent point that you made there. He should have brought up the inverse as well.
But at least got them in, which I think is vitally important.
Yeah.
Because that is the absolute key to winning this election. If everybody who favored Robert Kennedy in the swing states votes for Donald Trump, I mean, at the 90% level, let's say, Donald Trump will win every swing state. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's important to note here, RFK Jr., Tulsi, and the Libertarians will be the major big part in this election that might give it to Donald Trump. And those are key players that are going to be the future of the party. And having Vance kind of admit that shows you this kind of larger changing of the guard, this larger kind of changing political scene that we're all seeing transform right in front of our eyes, as the war party, the establishment party, is now the Democratic political party, not the Republicans.
I think Clint could address this better than anyone else, but I know I have a lot of friends in the Libertarian Party. I was in the Libertarian Party myself for a couple of years till I found out they were even crazier than the Republican Party. But in any event, I returned to the Republican Party when Donald Trump staged the hostile takeover of 2016, when it was no longer the party, the Bushes and the country clubs. Many of my friends in the Libertarian Party deeply regret the nomination of Chase Oliver. Many of them are now voting for Donald Trump. I mean, huge numbers now. I think I agree with what he just said. I think libertarians are going to play a key role in this election.
Did I miss it, or did J.D. Vance actually reference libertarians by name?
I don't think he mentioned RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard.
Okay.
I don't think he mentioned libertarians specifically.
I wanted to make sure I didn't miss that. I agree with your assessment. I think that a huge amount of libertarians are very concerned about World War III, and they're looking at the binary options, and they're saying Trump had one of the more peaceful presidencies, probably the most in my lifetime, and we would, given the current precipice that we sit on, there's not really much of a choice here. Additionally, I think that Trump's kind of entree into the libertarian camp to show the respect that no major political party has ever demonstrated to libertarians to be willing to put himself through a trial by fire, along with Vivek and RFK Jr. for that matter, I think it means a lot. And then I think also, Chase Oliver just has not, he has not demonstrated his appeal to a broad audience.
He doesn't have the resources to run a campaign, literally. I mean, you cannot.
But the way you get those resources is by being a good, charismatic leader.
No one knows who that guy is. I have no idea.
It's a vicious cycle. You can't get the resources if nobody knows who you are, and nobody knows who you are. You can't get the resources.
True.
That's why you don't nominate somebody who has no access to resources.
Unless you want everyone to go for Trump.
Hold on. Here's the important distinction, though.
Which is maybe the point that I think you hit the nail on the head. I think we do want the Libertarian Party to go for Trump, so it's a good thing that they
It ends
that
up
they
being
nominated.
a good thing. But let me just make a really important point. Chase Oliver had open invites on Timcast IRL. He had open invites on Part of the Problem with Dave Smith. Those are million-plus audiences that could have got that snowball rolling. He declined repeatedly. So he has demonstrated that he's not interested in reaching even medium to large size audiences to get that progression.
Why would you decline that? I'm just confused.
Because
on the flip side,
they're radical figures. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, it doesn't really matter.
Why would you decline that? And secondarily, would he have worn a dress if he had done either one of them?
Chase Oliver doesn't wear dresses, but in any case, when this, I do want to go back to your point, Clint, and Donald Trump did walk into the Libertarian Party to a lot of boos, and honestly, being there, it gave me a lot of respect for the man because he walked into a room where he knew that the vast majority of people were not just against him. They were antagonizing him. They were booing. They were like, we do not want you here. They were angry with the leadership of the Libertarian Party for even inviting him. And he walked in and he said what he needed to say. He showed up with a list of things that Libertarian wanted to hear. He promised it. Amongst them, freeing our political prisoner, Ross Ulbricht, among so many other things, ending the Department of Education, doing all these things that libertarians have wanted. Libertarians have not even had a seat at the table. And right now we have it thanks to Donald Trump. So
Andy
I think it's a good move.
Andy has a record not only starting no foreign wars, legalizing hemp, which is a billion job-producing economic driver.
In the state of Florida, hemp is close to $10 billion just in the state of Florida.
Nationally, it's about a $345 billion industry.
Larger than cannabis.
Much larger than cannabis. He's for, Martha and I disagree on this, but I think symbolically, just the fact that Trump has endorsed Amendment 3, which, if you don't live in Florida, I'm not sure you understand it fully, but...
Does he support federal legalization?
He does not.
No, he does not.
I actually think he should support.
He made weed legal across the United States with the hemp bill.
Right.
He did it. I don't know if he did it unintentionally.
No, he did it because Rand Paul persuaded him to. It was good
wonderful
public
job
policy.
on Rand Paul and wonderful job on Trump because with the 2018 Farm Bill, actually, cannabis is legal federally in THCA, which is available in every single smoke shop.
Based in a certain percentage.
Right, based on a certain percentage of THC. So, he already did it. And we're not talking about it enough because honestly, everybody across the United States can walk into a smoke shop right now and purchase federally legal cannabis. And so, people are talking about how maybe Kamala will eventually do it. And it was already done in 2018.
Their claim that they decriminalized these marijuana releases, not a single person was released from prison based on their policy change.
One.
It was a press release.
Yep.
It was a press release.
You can look at the pardons of the president on the website, and not a single person has ever been pardoned by Biden or Kamala for cannabis. I mean, they could do so much good right now with the power, Kamala could, with the power she has, and it's not being done. If you want to pardon people, let's go.
I remember when Biden was kind of cheerleading, like, we're going to get rid of all these federal charges of marijuana, which there's none.
None. Nobody in federal prison.
I did it. I accomplished this.
Nobody is in jail currently for possession of marijuana on the federal level. Not a single person. Because if you get to the federal level,
but sale though.
Not for simple, like it's compounded charges. So it has to be more. And what they were saying is we pardon everybody for possession. And it's like there's nobody in federal prison for just possession.
Right.
So, I mean, it's kind of one of those points where...
Yeah. No, I think that what makes a second Trump term so compelling is the kind of the dissident alliance that he's put together. And so many people that I've come to, some of them I actually know, and all of them I respect, in the Tulsi RFK and mainly Vivek. I'm very impressed with him as a human being. So I love that he's willing to bring those people in and give them basically access to whatever their top skill set is. It seems as if he's going to run it more as a corporation, where like he's still going to rely on trusted confidants, but he's going to put them in areas of expertise, and he particularly understands at this junction, I would imagine, how unbelievably corrupt everyone that was around him the first go around. He knows he has to know these people truly and trust them before he can basically set them to run wild, and I think he will.
But it's not even that. He's talking about mass layoffs. He's talking about mass firings. That's what I want to see. He's talking about bringing in Elon Musk and slimming down the U.S. federal bureaucracy. I want to see that.
But you only do that with those people, though, is my point.
Again, Walz used this old trick. His own chief of staff, this chief of staff that he shit-canned for incompetence and insubordination. And after he was fired, he said, Trump's a horrible human being. The Secretary of Defense, who refused a direct order from the President of the United States. That guy, who also got canned. Yeah, people who were incompetent got fired. And then they later badmouthed Donald Trump. But
Funny how that works.
I do think whether it is H.R. McMaster or whether it is the Secretary of Defense or our first Secretary of State, you had these people who had the idea that their real job was to dilute, slow down, and stop Donald Trump's America First agenda, because they weren't really ever Trump Republicans. They were rhinos. I don't think you'll see that in a second term. You're going to have some level of it, obviously, just because of the party system. But by and large, I think you're looking at a cabinet of people like Tulsi Gabbard, like a Vivek Ramaswamy. This could be really, really extraordinary.
And don't forget, he promised us a libertarian.
Yes.
I'm going to hold him to that.
To the only department that he's talking about disbanding, which is fitting and great.
No, that's actually perfect.
You know
That's
what?
the only the only task that a libertarian should be given, because we will dismantle whatever you give us.
Maybe should I change my party registration again? Who knows?
Put Roger in there. Let's go.
Honestly, I wasn't expecting much from CBS, but I was very disappointed with their lines of questioning.
Me too.
Because all of the questionings were specifically about how Donald Trump is bad. Donald Trump wants to separate children. How do you respond, Vance? Donald Trump doesn't believe in climate change. How do you respond, Vance? Donald Trump didn't believe that he lost the election. How do you respond, Vance? It was just like a prosecution rather than there's actual legitimate issues. The first question, an important one, Walz never answered it, but this is something that should have spurred on a bigger conversation. The candidates had to bring up mental health. We should have brought up physical health. We should have brought up taxation. We should have brought up so many important issues, especially when it comes to foreign policy right now, but we had none of it. We had these canned propaganda lined questions that were kind of layups for Walz.
That was the other opportunity I thought that Vance lost in the exchange about gun control. I mean, they once again accuse us of being in favor of widespread ownership of guns. The guy who was planning to shoot Donald Trump in West Palm Beach had 47 convictions, including a conviction for owning a weapon. He wasn't allowed to legally own a weapon. He was arrested with a weapon where the serial numbers had been filed off. That weapon was illegal. How could he possibly have gotten it? Vance could have been a little more acute by saying, outlawing these things will not take them out of the system.
Absolutely.
Those who want an illegal gun will always be able to get one. If guns are outlawed,
so I mean that goes to show you right there.
He did say that the Mexican
was
cartels brought them in, and that was allowing the illegal.
Notice they were attacking him really
He
hard
did
till
allude
halfway
to
through.
I mean,
they all have what
the
they used to
number
show you on
of
TV,
weapons coming over
blue
the
and red
border
graph,
is
where they have
extraordinary.
500 to 1,000.
Yeah, he definitely said that.
Along with the fentanyl and all sorts of other things.
People didn't like the moderators
You
coming
can't-
on. I mean, they pulled back. Yeah, they definitely did, and
We're
they were
not
going
gonna
in hard
st-
right
and
out of the gate. So they definitely pulled back on that.
Drugs coming across.
Here's the
and guns
question.
coming across
Ultimately, at
without
the end of the
actually
day,
addressing
and this
the
is why I
issue.
want to see the
All right, you
results
guys
from some of these
continue
focus
talking because we are about to go live on air with Alex Jones. So just to avoid the audio in your headsets right now, I'm going to be waiting until Alex kind of turns it to us. You guys keep talking about everything that happened here. But again, absolute disgusting behavior by CBS News. I wasn't expecting much from them, but absolutely failed the American people and didn't really get to the bottom of it.
Why were there no men on this platform? This is sexist. I mean, there should have been a man on the.
I mean,
panel.
Vance was, there.
We got a bunch of super chats too.
You know what I mean.
I
Harsh dig towards Walz on that one.
I mean, he wasn't very manly, was he?
No, he's the most effete, fragile, estrogenic man I've ever encountered. The fact that they brought him in to try and appeal to young men, I'm like, what young man looks at Tim Walz and goes, I want to be on that dude's team? Like, get out
He
of
was
here.
super emotional and effeminate.
He was. He was. You know what? I think
It was
Vance
so funny, actually.
played to that very well. He looked very stoic. He was very, like respectful. It was just composed, well spoken.
All right, guys. It looks like we're getting connected right now.
Continue with the reporters because I want to go to Nick Swordart on X Spaces, and then
All right,
we'll
he says,
go to the
Alex
great
says
Roger
we're going to be live in about
Stone, and others.
10 minutes
So we're going to let you guys
now.
continue another 10 minutes. I know you got great analysis coming, Luke. We'll come back to you in 10 minutes. Can't wait to hear from you guys.
Go
Let's
over the
to
super
these
chat
folks
stuff
on
right
Spaces.
now, and
All
then
right, Nick Swordart, go
and
ahead
then we'll be
and
live
unmute
with Alex in
yourself and say
10
what you gotta
minutes.
say if you're
Alex
still
just
with
told
us.
everyone on air that
We
we're going to be
have-
returning
I'm
then.
still
We
here.
have Bulldozer 74 saying, fantastic conversation thus far, y'all. Thanks. We need Trump and Vance to start hitting Camellia. Camellia with the story of arrested by Kamala.com. Also, Clintina is gay.
Yes.
Clint, do you have something to say about
Yep,
that?
yep. Nope.
Roger agrees.
Accurate. Yeah, Kamala arrested me .com needs to get out there. People need to hear this horrific story of her, of Kamala Harris's vicious prosecution of a black mother who did nothing whatsoever wrong, so she could be a political prop in Kamala Harris's rise to the Attorney General's office. A powerful documentary. There's a 13-minute documentary. There's a 3-minute trailer. There's even a rap video about it at KamalaArrestedMe.com. Check it out.
We have Andrew Meyer saying Trump is the only hope for peace, but Dave Smith is dissuading potential Trump voters. Libertarian egomania strikes again.
How is Dave Smith dissuading? I haven't seen him do
There's
that.
there's a screenshot
I
sent.
think there's Twitter beef right now with Dave Smith making some arguments. I haven't looked into it myself. But
So what is Dave Smith unhappy about?
He's saying probably Donald Trump's the only chance of winning, and definitely he's the only chance of deserving support. If he is the clear anti-World War III candidate, as of now, he's not. That's on comic.
That's not like terrible. I mean, holding people accountable isn't exactly.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure what is his. He's not the one who wants to use NATO missiles to hit targets deep inside Russia.
True.
He's not the one who gave $190 billion to the Iranians.
True. I think that he's most interested in someone being more vocal on getting people to the negotiating table when it comes to peace between Israel and Palestine, and now obviously Lebanon and Iran and Ukraine and Russia. And it's like there's a tendency, particularly in the GOP base, where they want bellicosity. They want you to be very over the top and aggro. And I think Trump walks that line, so it doesn't appeal to Dave Smith, and it also doesn't appeal to the neocons, and he's kind of in between. So I get the perspective he has on it.
We have a huge super chat from Gloria JW. Thank you so much. She says, "Good luck with everything, Luke. Fight the good fight." That deserves some special buttons, but I don't know if I'm gonna push them.
thank you, Gloria. Yeah, it's $100. Push them. $100 gets the boobs popping. We appreciate you so much. We definitely need all the support we could get. We're definitely ahead of a lot of fights. I saw this coming. I was even talking to Clint about this a couple weeks ago. I was talking to my other friends in the industry about this weeks ago as well. But we saw this coming months ago. When it hits heavy, and we're just doing our best here to stay afloat, to stay alive. If there's one thing that I am at least a very hard-headed Polak that doesn't give up, and
I'm a
or
hard-headed
fighter.
Polak too.
But
We're all hard-headed here. I don't know that we're all Polacks, but
Yes,
we join you in
Polak
spirit.
at heart.
Yes.
Yeah, we join you in spirit, and hopefully that's the only attack, Luke, because I've experienced it myself. It doesn't only come one by itself; they hit from multiple angles.
Oh, we got a lot. We got a lot of super chats
Keep
to go
going.
through. So, thank you guys so much for using mysuperchat.com. We have another one here from John McGuire saying regarding Costco, we are a net exporter or paper and AG products. The dock strike means we can't export our surplus. There will be discounts, not shortages of these products.
I mean, good for America. Yeah, I guess.
He continues, if you're on the air with a man like Stone, guys, at least put on a blazer. I'm sure Roger has a few pocket squares he can lend you.
This is more fancy than I normally
Roger's
dress.
very fashionable.
Can you let us borrow some pocket squares? Can we go? Can we go shopping together and we can all get the suits? Because I would love to be as dapper as you are.
Let me just be very clear. Going out of the house in a suit or a sports jacket without a pocket square is the same as going outside naked.
Wow.
No civilized gentleman would do this under any circumstances.
Top fashion tips from Roger.
We need a fashion school by
I'd
Roger.
offer to
We'll
take
film
you
it.
shopping. However, I think that the pro
sounds
is right
cooler.
here, and I would never be able to compete. So.
I'm not your buddy, guys, saying, what's up with the Democrats and CCP ties?
This is an area where I think Vance should have hit much harder. I mean, dude, you went there 30 times. Then you started taking students so they could be in it. Who paid for the 30 trips? Who paid you when you worked at the university there? This guy is...
He speaks Mandarin, too.
Exactly.
He said he learned how to govern there.
Exactly. So the point is they take you to indoctrinate you. Then they send you back here as an asset. He is most likely an asset.
Who learns how to govern under the CCP comes up on a
Walz.
vice presidential debate in front of America
Says it
and
proudly.
admits it.
Proudly.
And,
He's
and
like,
his,
"I learned
and
to
his
govern
opponent
there."
doesn't go, like, just as a human being, you don't go, what the are you talking about? You learned how to govern
composed. He was I think that was an awesome job that he did, and I have a lot to say
He
about
did a
his
great job, but that
performance.
was...
That was a moment to pounce, and he should have pounced.
He would have been
could you
criticized
just
for
clarify?
it. He could have been criticized for it too, though. So I think he really
That's
played
fine.
his role.
Yeah, I mean, the point is...
All right, guys, we're live right now with Alex Jones right now.
And get their take first with Roger, then Luke. The rest was great a crew of talk show hosts there. Luke and crew, can you hear me?
Alex, we can hear you. Thank you so much for having us. Crazy night that we just saw unfold as the American people got to see the vice presidential candidates. I think it's clear that there was definitely a clear winner here. I think Vance was playing on the decorum. I think he was playing up to middle America, and I think he did a pretty good job at that. What do you think, Roger?
I thought Vance was very strong. I think he missed a number of important openings, however, in all honesty. First of all, he never debunked this claim that Trump only wants to tax billionaires, when in fact the Trump tax cuts were across the board, and the greatest tax relief went to those in the middle class. Those in the middle class got a reduction from 15 to 30%, where the average billionaire's reduction was about 1%. So they constantly lie about that. I think he should have pointed out that it was Trump who put the crushing sanctions on Iran, and that it was the Harris-Biden administration that removed those sanctions, which gave them $190 billion, which allows them to finance this attack on Israel today. He didn't quite finish that thought. I think he should have refuted the idea that the Lankford bill would have secured the border, and that Trump killed it just so he could have an issue. The Lankford bill would not have sealed the border, would have guaranteed 2 million illegals a year. It had money for NGOs. It had money for lawyers for the illegals. It had money to process the illegals. It had no border wall funds. It had $89 billion for Ukraine. I'm not sure what that had to do with the border. But it would not have solved the problem in any way. And the additional resources for border agents was to process the illegals coming into the country. So that should have been knocked down. He didn't get to oil and gas until the second half of the debate, but then he did extremely well on it. I wish he had taken Walz up on his claim that he learned how to govern when he was in China. He learned by studying the Chinese how to govern. What I'd like to know is, this guy went to China 30 times in the 1990s and the early 2000s. Who paid for those trips? And when he took students there for indoctrination, who paid for that? And who paid his salary when he was there working in China? The answer to all of those is the Chinese Communist Party.
You know, from a libertarian non-interventionist perspective, I was most concerned with the strikes that occurred in Israel today, that this was going to become a very bellicose declaration of standing with Israel. I thought J.D. Vance did a really good job of like walking that line where he didn't go over the top, but he made it clear, yes, stand with our allies, blah, blah, blah. But also, it's their call. That is basically, as far as I'm concerned, about as good a non-interventionist answer as I can expect from a GOP candidate. So overall, dominant performance, absolutely crushed Walz. But I do agree with Roger, some opportunities left on the table.
And also, and the ladies want to pop in, please do interrupt me, but There have been a bunch of polls coming out, and they're all 60 to 70% saying that Vance won the debate. And so I think that's a big deal. Well, what do you guys think?
Absolutely, he did. I think he looked fantastic while he was doing it too. It's just I think it's so easy in this case to win against Walz. To be fair, he rambled a lot. He said a lot of things that just weren't true. He wasn't able to answer the questions. I think he pulled a Biden tonight.
Will they pull a Biden on him tomorrow and try and replace his ass?
I hope so.
Look, I also think tone was very important here. I think Vance's tone was almost perfect. Remember, the Democrats would have you believe that he's a right-wing madman who wants to take away all the rights of women. He came across as a decent. He had an opportunity to tell people where he came from, tell them about his very hard scrabble past, which I think most people don't know about. He came across as likable. He came across as respectful. He didn't come across like a hatchet man, but I think he made many of his points. So I think he came out on top. He definitely had the better necktie, which is absolutely crucial in terms of your overall look. The solid blue suit with the solid blue tie makes the suit look black. The guy looks like an undertaker. It's a negative.
Alex, next time you're going to see us, we're all going to have suits that Roger is going to help us buy and put on for the next broadcast. Just a heads up there, as we need some clear fashion advice here.
Alex actually was saying how much he loved your shirt just a moment ago.
We've been wanting one of those for a while. We'll maybe see it at the AlexJimStore.com.
And then he said he was going to put on a necktie.
Well, my neck's like 20 inches, but hey, I've lost some weight, so it's only 19 and a half right now.
Same as my biceps, brother.
That's right. I believe
I
you're
gotta
big
say,
guy.
legs.
I gotta say, JD Vance kills them with kindness. Like he looked and portrayed himself as such a decent man. Walz, emotional, effeminate. Vance, logical and grounded, extremely diplomatic, articulate and composed. He did an excellent job, in my opinion. He showed care and compassion to the opposing party. Instead of going with like a fighting stance, it was more of a coming from love perspective. And I think that is really beautiful to watch, in my personal opinion. I love that.
He was being the good cop, and it's hard to do that. He came off very presidential.
I think that's going to be the opinion of most women. You know, they want to play this game that Vance is somehow not appealing to women. I disagree.
He was lovable and likable.
I agree.
I think we saw tonight that Vance was a great choice.
And I think if that's the goal, if tonight's goal was to appeal to women, and if there's undecided women voters out there, maybe try to get them to vote for Trump, I would say that it was a success. I think most women would agree with that take.
Yeah, I mean, most women don't want to hang out with the guys who have friends that are school shooters, or lie about.
I mean, let's just be honest. Walz has
Yeah.
a weird. There's something wrong with him. You know, I think they said, "What's one word to describe Tim Walz?" And they all said weird. And they said, "Okay, let's call Vance weird."
That's a great point. Just pure projection.
Saturday Night Live was hilarious.
Tim Walz is zany. You have to describe him as zany. I think that's the correct word. One of the most important points of the debate is they make a strategic mistake when they call out their support from Dick Cheney and the McCains and the neocons and the warmongers. They have this delusional idea that because Cheney and his daughter are Republicans, because McCain is a Republican, that this sometimes shows bipartisan support. Very clever of Vance to bring up the support of RFK and of Tulsi Gabbard. This is the great realignment that's going on in America. This is the most important thing happening in this election. And Vance brought it up, I think, very adeptly. Whereas they are deluded about the value of having a war criminal like Dick Cheney supporting you.
I agree.
Especially today. I think most Americans today are concerned about going to a war. I think that today of all days for them to be, being boastful and how great that we have these warmongers on our team. It's like, wow, how disconnected could you possibly be from the American people?
But if you look
that's
online,
right. That's what I. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, if you look online, though, you see Governors DeSantis, Greg Abbott, Lindsey Graham, the whole list of neocons obviously all had the same take, but they were all up in arms about the attack against Israel as if it was an attack on America's homeland. And I was so nervous that we were going to go into this and it was just going to be like neocon talking points 101. And I just got to say how refreshing it is that JD Vance kind of maintained the same the same outlook that he's had when it comes to the Ukraine-Russia conflict. It sounded fairly similar to how he was talking about Israel. Totally caught me off guard. It gives me tremendous hope that perhaps the non-interventionist America First perspective actually has sticking power, that they realize that this is a winning message, most importantly, and I pray they're right.
I totally agree. Sorry, go ahead.
No, just saying that absolutely agree with that. I think that, anti-war, I think, is a big deal, and I'm just agreeing. I think that it's great that they, that he stuck to that.
And everybody wants to talk about the economic struggles. Then everybody should be wanting to talk about cutting all the foreign aid, cutting all the military industrial complex spending, cutting all the spending on illegal immigration
we
as
got
well.
5 states underwater right now, Owen. I mean, can you believe that?
Do you know they just sent the Tennessee National Guard to the Middle East? They're gearing up to send the North Carolina National Guard to the Middle East. I mean, that is egregious.
People need to look up the Defend the Guard Act right now. If your audience isn't familiar with it, Defend the Guard. It's about making it so that they can't do that anymore, that they can't deploy the National Guard unless there's an actual declaration of war by Congress. This has to happen, because if the Democrats do win, God forbid, World War III will be fought with the National Guard, undoubtedly.
And I want to speak to this. I travel the country, and I don't just see the articles and talk to people all day, as you guys do. When I talk to the public, they are concerned about inflation and the massive invasion of illegal aliens, and that Trump will stop World War III. They all get Trump will control the border. He will dial back all the war garbage and create peace, and he will cut the inflation. And Roger, is that what you're hearing?
You're absolutely right on the money. The other, I think, missed opportunity here, frankly, was at the end, which is when they, again, attacked Donald Trump as a threat to democracy. Vance should have pointed out that their candidate for president was selected with no democracy whatsoever. Nobody voted for Kamala Harris, not a single voter. 17 million people voted for Joe Biden. He got 71% of the vote in the Democrat caucuses and primaries. They are the threat to democracy, not just through their advocacy of censorship. That's just part of it. But
then let me stop you, Roger, because Owen was harping on that the whole time. That was a big miss of Vance when they were like, threat to democracy. Kamala Harris got the same amount of votes as Ronald McDonald, which is 0. That was the big one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And then again, no, the Electoral College Act does not say that having an alternative elector is either unconstitutional or illegal. That is just made up by these demented legal analysts at MSNBC. It's false. John Kennedy had an alternative slate in 1960, ended up being seated in Hawaii. Obama also did. And the Democrats have contested numerous elections. So they act like the act of just questioning the election is illegal or unconstitutional or unpatriotic when they themselves have done it.
And then on top
over
of
and
that,
over again.
you have the FBI spying on Donald Trump at the direction of Hillary Clinton's campaign. I mean, you're going to pretend as if Donald Trump is the danger when it comes to weaponizing
They're trying
the
to
justice
kill
system?
Donald Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't even bring up the multiple assassination attempts.
Yeah, Walz even brought up the dangers of arresting political prisoners, and that's exactly what the Democrats are doing. The FBI is literally in school board meetings. The FBI is arresting pro-lifers. The FBI has been
They
weaponized
arrested a
with the
guy in
DOJ.
North Carolina
Look what they did to
today.
Roger Stone.
They arrested somebody in North Carolina today, a state that's underwater, cities destroyed, but the FBI found a way to arrest somebody for January 6th today.
And let's go further. They've gone after Roger. They've gone after me. They put you in prison for Jan 6 when you try to stop people going to the building. I mean,
Alex, they're going after everyone. They're going after Tim Pool. They went after me last week. I can't even talk about what's happening to me right now. I got lawyers and accountants I'm talking to right now. They essentially just destroyed my operation that I soon might be losing my studio with. So I'll tell people more about that later once I have all the approval to do it. But they attacked me as well.
Let me interject real quick and just say, if you want to support us, I know your audience is incredible at supporting you. LukeUnfiltered.com. It would help keep this operation afloat. Luke, go ahead and continue to talk.
No. We are also under tremendous attack. We could talk privately about this, Alex, but they hit me hard last week. How are you doing, though? Because I know you're going through a lot as well. I don't know if you saw, but we said, hey, you could use our studio. You could do whatever you want. We are here with you as well. Where are you with your battles? Because I know you're also going through a lot of different stuff, but they hit me hard last week, man.
And again, they're going after everybody that's effective telling the truth because we're kicking their ass. I mean, the UN, the globalists, they all want us silenced. They got Hillary saying arrest Trump supporters for their speech. They're passing laws in California to put you in jail for memes. because they're weak. I mean, it's a long story, but 12 weeks ago, the U.S. trustee from the Justice Department, they assigned, which they can do under federal law, to the bankruptcy, tried to shut this place down without a court order. They later admitted it. People couldn't even believe it was happening. It sounds insane. It is insane. It's vigilantism by the system. The judge fired them, put in a new trustee, but said, well, since you're already in bankruptcy, you're going to have to liquidate the company. So then Patriots are trying to come in and get it. Media Matters wants to come in to silence it and buy it on the 13th of November. So that's 44 days from now. But people should support our sponsor, the AlexJonesStore.com. It's separate from InfoWars. That is going to help us with whatever we do. There's been a lot of folks that say they're going to support, but I know that I need to be one with sponsors that I can make sure. But yes, they're not going to stop the signal for us or you, except with a nuclear war or an internet kill switch, and they're desperate. So the fact they're coming after everybody tells you how serious the hour is. And Luke, I do want to call you tomorrow after the show today, after the broadcast, and find out what they've done to you. I'm very interested in that. I can only imagine. Can you give us any prelude? Because I understand lawyers are like, don't talk about it until it's, such and such. But, I mean, God knows what they've done to you.
No, my head's spinning. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on here. But they essentially, defunded and made us lose all of our resources. I showed the letter to Clint and Roger here during the broadcast earlier, and they understand the severity of this. But this is something
it's a social credit score thing.
Yeah, totally wipes me out.
But look, I have to say that the idea of Media Matters for America and David Brock buying the assets of Infowars.com is unacceptable, just unacceptable. And yes, I am working with a group of others, investors, and we hope to make the winning bid for the assets of Infowars.com because it cannot fall into the hands of the communists, period.
I've been so busy. We need to post on the site where you go to the federal website. It's very easy. If you show you have the money, it pre-qualifies you. You talk to the U.S. trustee, Chris Murray, and then they put you in there. And then on the 13th, it's an online auction with a big online auction company, and it's going to be the Wild Wild West. So that's how people do it.
Is there
well,
any
and I just want to say
expectation
too
as to
earlier
what the winning bid might be? Do you guys have any idea what you think it'll
No.
be?
No. I mean, it's.
Remember the most important of Stone's rules: he who talks first loses.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note here, we're dealing with a perfect storm of destabilization. We're dealing with incredible events unfolding in the Middle East and inside of Europe and inside of Ukraine. And I think we are reaching a moment where they are so desperate to control the narratives that they're pulling out all the stops in order to make sure that the American people can't have a voice, that they can't talk to each other, that they can't actually be there for each other as human beings. And I think this is why we're seeing such a full-pronged attack. I think what we saw in the Middle East today is a prelude to what's coming. I think the long-range missiles are soon going to be used by Ukraine. I think it's only a matter of time until they might actually hit the kill switch. I think they might actually try to cut off communications and cut off people from being able to communicate right up until November 5th. So that's
a very simple globalist tactic
we're dealing with.
It's a very, very simple globalist tactic. Attack the leaders that are fighting for freedom.
Well, and I just got to
people
say,
have to back us, or because they're coming for you, folks.
And that's being proven. And I know, Luke, you kind of were about to say something earlier, and you caught yourself. And I know what you were about to say because I'm actually going to be in court dealing with that case tomorrow morning. And so that's how serious it is. And Alex, it's like you said, we just decided not to make a big public fuss of it. The lawsuit, the case is so frivolous, it's so weak that we're just going to go into court and we're going to see what happens.
Same folks suing Elon Musk.
And we're going to see what happens. But yeah, Luke, it's the exact same case. I'm going to be in court tomorrow dealing with that. So we need a victory for Alex. We need a victory for InfoWars. And then hopefully that changes the tide of where everything is going with the lawfare, with the censorship, with the persecution, and how they've done it to not just Alex, but everybody else. And they're coming. And so I'm sorry, Luke. I know, believe me, I know what it's
like.
What
they do is they use the fact that they do that behind the scenes, the PR firms, to contact all your banking, all your systems, and take that away up front.
Yeah, they take away your resources, so you have nothing to fight with. So you can't stand up for yourself, so you can't build, so you can't grow, so you can't operate. But again, this is a big challenge. This is a big test. And I hope a couple of years from now we could look back at how we made it through these very difficult times, because there's only one way out of this, and it's through proper communication. It's with free speech. It's with the First Amendment, which is the most important amendment. It is fighting this information war peacefully, with memes, with information, with being able able to be there for your fellow man and woman in this country that is now reeling more than ever. The troubles that we are in financially, socially, are very vast, but they could be ended. A lot of the con games could be ended. A lot of the horrible things could be ended if we just had the ability to speak truth to power.
Well, that's history. We're going into the cycle where the tyrants first ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they attack you, then you win. And it's only going to get worse if we don't stand up. So that's the bottom line. But let's recap everybody here. What were the biggest lies of the night? Walz saying we don't want your guns. Them lying about post-birth abortion.
Trump will only give
lying
tax
about
cuts to billionaires. Only give tax cuts to billionaires. Another huge lie.
Yeah, the moderator saying they need an expert to tell you that 30 million people entering this country is causing housing to increase. That was one of the biggest lies, I think, of the night.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Huge.
Climate change is a lie. They blamed everything on Trump. Tim Walz got away with saying there's less illegal border crossings in the Biden-Harris regime than under Trump. I mean,
Yeah,
they were just whoppers.
Hilarious.
But at least he
And then
wasn't
we're just
waving
up
his
here-
hands wildly and grabbing his crotch. You have to admit that.
Yeah, they talked about
Well, we
how
don't
Trump
know that.
also
He wasn't on
wanted-
camera the whole time.
They also talked
Well, I
about how
know
Trump
this.
wanted to separate the children. He didn't believe in climate change. All of the questions were loaded. We really had an opportunity to have a real discussion in this country. CBS News absolutely made it just kind of a cheerleading rally for the Democratic Party, trying to give J.D. Vance easy layups that he couldn't even finish the layups on. The last questioning about J6, clearly a larger setup when there are larger, bigger issues that are less politically partisan that could have been brought up, that there could have been a real conversation about. But no, they decided to play politics today, and they absolutely failed as moderators.
Like energy. And at the end, finally, he says in his closing statement, Vance, he's like, I'm going to bring up energy, which we didn't get to talk about.
The moderators also brought up something about I think it was a federal birth registry. They're like, J.D. Vance, are you interested in implementing that? And he's like, no. Like, I don't have any clue what you're talking about.
That was the other thing, too, is that Walz could never give a yes or no answer. He's so sly. Like, Vance would just be like, yes, no. Walz, you're like, are you going to give us a straight answer ever?
Well,
he didn't answer a lot of questions.
And everybody is now going to be looking at the state law as it regards abortion to see whether it says what J.D. Vance says it says or whether it says what Tim Vance says it does not say. But I believe late-term abortions are perfectly permissible in Minnesota.
I just got to say real quick that, Donald Trump complained a lot about how he had a 3-on-1, debate the last go around. And he's right. And he was right to complain about it. But I got to say, J.D. Vance faced the exact same thing, and he doesn't have to complain about it because he did such a damn good job. It didn't even matter. Just a tour de force by him. And this comes from someone who does not agree with him on everything politically, but it was just so obvious that he was the superior combatant this evening. And Tim Walz is an absolute laughingstock. It actually makes me more concerned about election security because both of these candidates, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, are both so obviously detestable, so obviously lacking in skill or intelligence or a plan or anything.
More importantly,
and yet this race is neck and neck. How in God's name is this happening?
More importantly, both of them are either communist or communist sympathizers. They're people who Kamala's father was very much on the left, very much a communist. Marxist. Tim Walz, with his trip 30 times to China, definitely on that side. It's just, America used to be absolutely no communism. Like, we used to fight against this. And now we're like, oh, but he's so cute and joyful.
And it was hilarious at the end how Walz's closing statement, he's referring to freedom. And the whole time I'm like, China.
I first heard about this on Chase Geiser's segment on InfoWars when he had the call-in from the guy that was talking about how Tim Walz would travel around China collecting the Little Red Book. And I was like, what? The guy's collecting dozens of copies of this? Just a strange figure. And it really does. Actually, Alex, do you have any insight as to what the House Oversight Committee has on Walz as to connections to the CCP? Is there any fire to that smoke?
Yeah, he was part of the Confucius Society that was banned under Trump and been confirmed as a Communist Chinese front group. He went more than 50 times to China. He got married there. He's in videos saying that, they helped him, gave him all these gifts, and he would bring all these military people over there during these trips. And so it's just a constant Communist Chinese cutout. And all those people end up getting money. And then you've got all these witnesses he was trying to recruit, them to work for the Chinese going back 30 years. So this guy's really bad. He's a classic deal.
Well, and they're going to have to produce what was requested of Mayorkas before the election, too.
But it's interesting you've now seen this in 2 debates. In the first debate, Kamala Harris actually accuses Donald Trump of going easy on the Chinese when it was learned that the Wuhan virus was developed in their lab, which is certainly not her position at the time. And then tonight, Tim Walz accuses Trump of praising Chairman Xi for his handling of COVID. These people are such incredible hypocrites.
Yeah, you would think the Chi-Coms would have better Manchurian candidates, but they really don't. And I think the Chinese are pretty disappointed in Walz tonight.
I think it turns out most Americans don't want to be traitors, actually, unless they look and act like Tim Walz maybe.
Well, I mean, the Democrats could never get one Republican to take Russian money that was really coming from the feds.
Yeah. Tim Walz is the kind of guy that takes your kids to drag queen.
Keep going. I'm going to grab a water. Take an ass. I'll be right back.
Well, I'm looking at some of the commentary in response to this, and I think that we're right on here. I think JD Vance really won women over tonight. I think the Democrat agenda to separate women from Vance has failed miserably. I think the exact opposite has happened. That's the commentary I'm seeing.
I think that an important kind of note on that is that a lot in our audience, particularly since it may be male dominant, they don't consider the female perspective on this. But I know from a lot of the women in my life, they find Trump to be very rough around the edges. And I thought that they basically told JD, they're like, put one hand behind your back. You're going to fight like a choir boy tonight. But the key here is that you come across as appealing to middle class women, like housewives and stuff like that. And I thought he crushed it, man.
You know what wasn't appealing?
We got 2 women here. Let them.
What
say
wasn't
they saw.
appealing is watching Tim be so feminine. I don't think that maybe it's just I'm so not on that team, but I can't look at him and think this is the guy that's going to represent us in a room filled with people who don't want the best for us. I mean, he's going to go up against people that are like Russia, China, and that's who we're sending. That's who's going to
Tim Walz reminds me of a public defender that ends up getting you life in jail for a jaywalking ticket. Like, I can't imagine that this guy is going to be the vice president of the United States.
It was a stark contrast to see them two together on stage tonight. And really, the way that JD Vance set the stage for that debate, he took the leadership there and he made it in such a way where it couldn't be like a rooster fight. It had to be like very diplomatic, and I love seeing that. He treated himself and everyone there with the utmost respect, and I think that was a smart move.
I think
that's
you're
the female
because
vote right
all
there.
of you are a fan
because
after
I know
tonight.
the thing is that I hear a lot of people saying, "Oh, I really can't stand the way that the Republican side is, and they're so mudslingers," or whatever these words are that you guys use. I am like, oh man, how do they not see how logical and how much like this makes sense? Okay, this guy did a perfect job tonight, not letting anyone say that to him.
And he wasn't rattled by the biased questions. Even during the fact check moment where they turned off his mic and they turned off his camera, he still was kind of poised and he wasn't emotional. Walz came off wimpy. He came off kind of emotional. He came off non-confident. He came off very comfortable. The Hodge twins on Twitter just said that JD Vance is, quote, the redneck Vivek Ramaswamy. And I kind of agree with that larger assessment. And when looking at Vivek, RFK Jr., Tulsi, and JD Vance as the future of the Republican Party, it does highlight a larger shift in this whole political spectrum that we're all in, highlighting how this is the anti-establishment party that scares the crap out of the globalist.
I was about to finish my words. Exactly. And Trump has said he was wrong. He listened to the Republican establishment who to fill the government with. He said this time he's got RFK Jr., he's got Vivek Ramaswamy, he's got Tulsi Gabbard, he's got all these. Roger, you know Trump well. He is a completely different guy, political animal. He was new to this 8 years ago. He's not new. Roger, you're the expert. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I think that he clearly recognizes now the entrenched, duopoly in Washington, including many Republicans, were never for him. He's reached out to form a new coalition. There's huge power, I think, in the health freedom issue, enormous power. And RFK, to his credit, look, the guy put aside his personal aspirations, he put aside his ego, he put aside his family tradition to endorse the Republican candidate for president, and he got agreement on 3 key issues. One, we need not to have a world war. 2, we need to fight censorship and cancellation because if we cannot exchange ideas, we can never win. And thirdly, we need to clean up and make America healthier. We need to clean up our food. We need to examine the process by which pharmaceutical drugs are approved and put on the market. It is a time for a total reassessment, but most importantly, we need to wage war on chronic disease, particularly among young people. So he was able to find common ground with Trump. He has no quid pro quo promise of a job, of a appointment, but I think he does have the promise of influence in terms of getting more health freedom advocates into government, opposing the war. And look, this is one of my favorites. And Trump has agreed to appoint him to head a commission to examine the assassination of John Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, the assassination attempt on Ronald Reagan, and the assassination attempt on Donald Trump in Butler.
This is seismic.
In West Palm. Very important.
Big time.
This is seismic. I've got Chase Geiser in here. He's been riding shotgun. Chase, you've been watching this. And if you guys want, we'll take some X-Space commenters and see what their questions and comments are for all of you here in a moment as we simulcast with the great Luke Rakowski, Roger Stone, and the rest of their great panel there. But Chase Geiser, your view on over all the things that are being said here.
No, I absolutely agree with everybody's assessment. Obviously, I'm biased. I came into this debate hoping that Vance would win, thinking that he probably would. But like I said, with the poly market results dipping as low as 33% or even lower now, post-debate, it's very obvious that Vance won. I think one of the most important things that happened tonight was Vance reassured Trump supporters and conservative voters and patriot voters that he was the right decision. In the beginning, there was a little bit of controversy because of some comments that were made 8 years ago or so about Trump from Vance. Tonight, I think everybody on board with Trump is on board with Vance, and that was very healthy.
Let me just interject on that point because I think it's a really important one. I was one of the biggest boosters for Vivek Ramaswamy. I had gotten to know him really well over the past year. Had him on my show a bunch of times. I even debated him at the Libertarian Convention and just became totally impressed with the guy. And I wanted him to be the VP pick because I thought he was the future of the GOP and I thought he would be a great 1-2 punch with Donald Trump. Tonight was the first night that I doubted that conclusion or that preference. J.D. Vance is an incredible counterpunch to Donald Trump's overhand right. The grace with which he delivers things, the intelligence, the depth of knowledge, the directness. It's a very special mixture that goes with kind of Donald Trump's more animalistic, instinctual attack mode. I think that these two guys, when you compare the Trump-Pence ticket, I mean, this is so dramatically superior. It's unbelievable. If they lose, I'd be stunned, honestly.
You know what? It's
that's
great
right. They're very.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say,
No,
it's
go
great that Trump had two excellent choices, and I agree with you. I was totally on the Vivek Ramaswamy team. I really wanted him to be the VP choice. And you know what? Up until this debate, I actually was totally against J.D. Vance. I have not liked him from the beginning, and he won me over.
Yep.
Wow. Look, I would have had a hard time buying Vivek Ramaswamy vice presidential candidacy, in all honesty. Guy pops up from nowhere and suddenly he's smooth. He's very smooth.
He is smooth.
Where'd that money come from?
I mean, Tulsi would have been very interesting in tonight's VP debate too, and I think
she would have.
Tulsi would have been my other pick.
She was always my first choice.
Yeah.
I kind of foresaw we would be running against Kamala Harris. I thought having a woman on the ticket, particularly a woman with her gravitas and her poise on the stage. But look, I'm not trying to take anything away from J.D. Vance. I mean, he showed tonight exactly why Trump picked him. He turns out to be exactly the right guy. Tone is so important here. He was never angry. He was never out of control. He was never over the top.
He was never frazzled.
But he always made his key points. And Walz was kind of all over the place, as you could see.
He reminded us what it is like to be fit for this kind of job. We need people that are responsible and leaders, not these jokes.
Like Trump is like a slugger, and he never had a jab. J.D. Vance is that jab. He's now a complete fighter. I think he's going to go
very well said. If you want, guys, we'll go to some X-Space commenters, just some quick comments or questions. Who's up first?
Sure, let's go straight to Lily. You've had your hand raised. I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time. Love your work, love your content. Lily, go ahead and unmute yourself and say what you got to say if you're still able to speak.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I love you, Chase. I love Alex Jones and InfoWars crew. You guys are awesome. I just wanted to say I agreed with Owen's point that Vance appeals to women because I think a lot of female voters, they look for, candidates who have traits that they would look for in a partner. So, it was a lot of women that got Obama elected, for example, because they thought, oh, he's suave, he's good with his words, he's very diplomatic. And I think Vance really showed a lot of that tonight just by being very diplomatic and, like Alex was saying, kind of good cop, bad cop. So I think he definitely does appeal to women, whereas Walz has this like visceral effect on women. He's not attractive. He has this creepy old guy in a bar that would come up to you vibe. Nobody likes that, So I think 100% Vance appeals to women way more than Walz, and it definitely showed tonight.
And I want to say something because the ladies made this point, and I use this term too, effeminate. Men that act like women, or it's close to that, it's not effeminate. It's creepy. A woman being feminine is great. With a man, it's like it's an act they put on to try to manipulate people. It's part of the overall falsity of these folks.
I think the scientific term is sneaky effer that you're kind of referring to, Alex.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
For me, it's like the uncanny valley. Like it's he's not quite human. When you're engaging.
No, I agree. I called him a Martian before we linked up with you. He was like a little space alien.
There you go.
It's worse than that because he seems angry. There was that moment on stage at the Democrat convention where he was like angry with his son. So he comes across this in this debate. He also looked very angry at some points. His face, like the faces he was making, very angry. And then he's very effeminate and very, it's creepy. It's weird.
He's not genuine, and he doesn't accept his male nature. He doesn't accept his masculinity. He's kind of afraid of it.
Masculinity?
And therefore, it's an automatic kind of turnoff to a lot of people.
That's right. We got another. Let's go to Dr. Ben Marble. He always has good points.
Let's see. Is Dr. Ben in here? Yeah, let's go ahead.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thanks for giving me the mic. I'm Ben Marble. I'm the president of myfreedoctor.com. I just want to make 3 points real quick. One, we all just witnessed Tampon Tim's last waltz. 2, cackling Kami Kamala. Abortion is her number one talking point, but the entire topic of abortion is a charade that pretends Roe versus Wade was overturned. Meanwhile, abortion shots are free in all 50 states. So that's a topic the Republicans could win on, but they're afraid to talk about for whatever reason. 3, I talked with RFK Jr. recently about wanting to support his Make America Healthy Again agenda. And I wanted to see if he could help convince Trump to make me the next U.S. Surgeon General, because I'd be willing to support that Make America Healthy Again agenda. And I'd also be willing to donate the myfreedoctor.com pay it forward model to America for free to replace Obamacare and become the default electronic medical record for all.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk cabinet. I don't want to put cart for the horse, Roger, and the rest of you, but where are we seeing RFK Jr. going in the cabinet? And who do you think, Roger, you advise Trump, we know that Trump's really listening to right now?
First of all, I would say a couple things. We don't know the makeup of the U.S. Senate, and cabinet jobs require confirmation. That's something that's got to be taken into consideration. I suspect Trump is going to have to fight for a number of his key nominees. Nothing has been promised, because promising someone a cabinet job in advance of an election in return for their support or in return for dropping out of a federal election is a felony. So nobody would do that. So this is about the kind of people. And I think.
Yeah, Roger, that's what I meant. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think the president is now fully aware of how Washington works, how deep the swamp is, why the intelligence agencies need to be cleaned out, or why the Justice Department needs to be cleaned out. We need to return to the rule of law rather than the criminalization and weaponization and targeting of political opponents. What Tim Walz actually had the audacity to bring up today, which the Democrats are actually doing today. They've done it to me. They've done it to you, Alex. They've done it to Owen. So it is, I think, I'm very optimistic about this grand alliance with RFK and Tulsi Gabbard. I think this is the way to the future. We're going to have a complete political realignment. I'm not opposed to renaming the Republican Party, perhaps the new Republican Party, because we have a sea change. They can have the Cheneys, they can have the McCains, they can have the little Adam Kinzingers, they can have the warmongers. Nobody's buying that. Bill Kristol today endorsed Kamala Harris. Bill Kristol,
Of course he did.
the guy who was pushed the Iraq War with his boss Dick Cheney, which killed tens of thousands of Americans and hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. He says, "I was for Reagan, I was for Dole, I was for McCain, I was for all these Republicans." Well, first of all, Bill, you were for Hubert Humphrey in 1968, and secondarily, you should be ashamed of yourself because you drove the country to war. Again, this isn't getting Kamala Harris any votes. Chris Christie said that he won't be voting for Donald Trump. Huge plus in New Jersey. People hate Chris Christie, perhaps the most hated governor in the state, in all 50 states. I mean, again, miscalculation by the establishment. They see the endorsement of Cheney and the McCains and so on as evidence of bipartisan support. They don't understand that the divide in this country is not between Republicans and Democrats. It's between people who want to go headlong into world war and those who have the common sense to be for peace. That's the great divide in America today.
That's right. Absolutely right. You know, I'm just here tonight, and I want everybody to comment on this, if people would like, about the epicness of the moment and the existential threat to the country and what Kamala Harris and her controllers with Walz will do if they're able to steal this election or get into power. You want to take that first, Chase?
Well, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but I do fundamentally believe that Tim Walz is ideologically a communist, a Maoist specifically. I think that Kamala Harris is willing to be whatever she needs to be in order to have political success. I think she's a puppet, an empty vessel, a very hollow politician. But I think Walz is fundamentally ideologically a Maoist. And the reason I think that is because I truly believe the caller, Shad, who called in and said that he was with Walz in China in 1995, told me about him collecting little red books, told me about him preventing other students that he was with from interfering when the PLA was beating a crippled beggar because they were embarrassed that someone was begging in front of Americans who were visiting. I believe that this man genuinely thinks in his warped mind that Chairman Mao, despite the Great Leap Forward, saved China and brought it from an agrarian economy to an industrial economy in the best way. And so what I think happens here is if Kamala Harris is elected, I think she's going to be a blank canvas for the deep state and committees and staffers to paint on, but even more so for Tim Walz to paint on. I mean, if you think the relationship between Dick Cheney and George Bush was bad in terms of what Cheney...
Sorry, actually turn your mic off.
That's okay. I was going to say, if you think that the relationship between Dick Cheney and George Bush was bad in terms of Cheney actually running that administration, I would be very fearful of what Tim Walz will do in terms of wielding Kamala Harris for communism.
No, I totally agree. Before we answer more of those questions, overhead shot, please. I just tweeted this, but hopefully the crew can put this on screen. I'm going to send it to Scott. Look at some of the screenshots of the faces that Walz was making last night. We can do an overhead shot of this. I mean, look at the faces this guy was making.
Wow. Well, I did a poll before the debate started, and I said, who would you rather leave a child with, J.D. Vance or Tim Walz? And the results were overwhelmingly J.D. Vance. It's just uncomfortable.
I mean, look at this guy. Ladies, back to my first question. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting myself and all of you. What will they do? We'll speak about how he looks, but yeah, but then what will they do in power? I mean, we know more of the same, but they're going to do it even more desperately.
Yeah, I think it's basically, I mean, we're on the precipice of World War III. It's crystal clear that Joe Biden's not in control of this ship, that it's Antony Blinken or Jake Sullivan or whatever deep state apparatchik or board of apparatchiks is ultimately dictating our foreign policy. It is clearly no longer the executive branch. I don't know how long that has been the case, but it is certainly the case now. So I think that really the key here is that regardless of how bad Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are, they're not what I'm really worried about. What I'm really worried about is that if they can take multiple shots at a former and likely future president, if they can spy on his campaign, if they can impeach him on nonsense twice, if they can replace the sitting president with essentially zero pretense after lying to the American people for 3.5 years about how he's sharp as a tack and absolutely brilliant and blah, 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 just lie through their effing teeth, and then 180 on that, slot in the least liked VP in modern American history, and then just contrive her as being something that she's not, some sort of brilliant, fresh air and then just foist her on us.
An extreme leftist.
All of this while we're dealing with terrible inflation, civil divide that's palpable, and World War III. It can't happen.
Yeah,
it cannot happen. We have to defeat these people.
And I think the reason that a lot of these people have crazy eyes or are so uncomfortable or have anxiety and come off so unnatural is because essentially they're puppets for the establishment. They can't be genuine. They can't speak off the cuff. They know they have a script they better follow. They know that they have orders that they have to carry out. The same globalist orders, the same UN 2030 vision orders, the same World Economic Forum vision for the world where you will own nothing, you will be happy, and that's the world that they are trying to implement. And I think these people deep down know what they're doing is kind of ungodly. It's unhuman, and they are bigger pawns of this machine, of this apparatus that is truly trying to subjugate and conquer all of human liberty and freedom. I think this is why they have the crazy eyes. This is why we are seeing them not do any off-the-cuff interviews or speak genuinely from the heart, because they can't. They have a mission, they have a goal, they have a purpose, and they're carrying out that purpose against the American people, against American sovereignty, against the best interest of this country. Women, what do you think?
It's like what Vance says about the whack-a-mole. They have to walk on eggshells. Like, they can't say one thing because it's going to put them in a problem with another. But they're very snaky.
I agree. They're very snaky, but also it concerns me so much more than that. All the things we're seeing here, I'm always saying I've seen it before. Communism follows me around from Cuba to Venezuela and now here. And it's just, I don't think Americans are aware of how much what they've done, this weaponization against the president, against the former president, this lawfare, how it repeats in other countries, what they've done in other countries that is so similar to what they're doing here in the United States, and where this leads. My family had to flee Cuba and then had to flee Venezuela because of these policies. Kamala Harris was talking about price controls. I've seen what price controls do in Venezuela. They've made price controls on the food.
My family had to leave it in Poland, just like your family. Keep going.
Exactly. So America was built by people who had to leave their countries and come somewhere where they can start fresh. And this is the American dream. Being able to live a life in freedom is the American dream. They want to make it about houses. They want to make it about things. And then they talk about how they're going to use the government to, build more houses or whatever and guarantee $25,000 to people. I mean, it's just crazy to me that we don't remember where we came from.
But you never have the American dream unless you maintain property rights. And people that are interested in taking away your gun rights definitely don't respect property rights.
Or your First Amendment speech. They do not want any of this.
The entirety of the Bill of Rights, they could totally do away with. I mean, these people genuinely are about as un-American scum as I've ever encountered. But again, they are just figureheads for the regime. It's not even about them. It's just about how they're completely replacing the figurehead, and it's not even like they feel as if it has to be appealing to the American people. They're like, we're just going to do this. We're just going to test once again, just how they kind of psyoped us and tricked us all into staying in our houses for over a year in 2020. It feels like they're doing the same thing. It genuinely feels like a psychological operation that's being
absolutely.
perpetrated.
And how disgusting of Walz to talk about medical freedom after he violated the medical freedom of people in his own state.
Well, and he says trust the experts. Incredible.
Right.
Incredible. It was wild to watch this debate, wild to watch him lie through his teeth about things that he knows very well and he's already acted on. It's a wild experience.
Unpredictable.
Owen, you've been on the forefront of this as well, and you've been
Owen had to make the jump into hyperspace.
Got it. All right, we'll talk to Owen next time.
I'm right behind him here in a few seconds.
It's a late night.
Well, listen, I want to just say this to you guys. I really appreciate the great job you've done. We've got a lot of the clips up of the lies and disinformation, also the great things Vance said. Real Alex Jones, I know you guys are doing a great job. You may continue on. I'm going to let the crew, because we have a limited crew now with all the attacks. Some have been here since 6 a.m., like Chase Geiser, go home in a few minutes. I'm going to disconnect with you guys in a few minutes and have a few closing comments for our audience. But please tell the InfoWars audience, the best folks out there we love to death, about all your shows, the work you're doing, and how people can, because most of you know Luke Rakowski. I've known Luke 20-something years, 22 years, or 21 years. And, of course, I've known Roger 10 or so or 11, but just how do people find the great work you're doing in true independent pro-freedom media?
Well, Alex, any way we could help you, let us know. You want to use our studio, you could use our studio. We have a guest room. Whatever you need, you let us know. We're going to be there for you. You've been around way longer than anyone else. You let the forefront when it comes to being a trailblazer with independent media. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So first of all, whatever you need, you let us know. You call me anytime.
$1.5 billion.
That's a little bit of a hefty bill, but with inflation soon, that might be more attainable than we thought. But
well, let me just say this. Sure. I want to hear how people tune to you, but then I'll make a comment about us. They're always going to chase me, but I can do any show I want, work for anybody. I just want to have the crew. We've got a lot of plans. We just need support at thealexjonesstore.com. Get the t-shirts, get the ball caps, thealexjonesstore.com. There's some fundraiser shirts, cost a little bit more if you really want to help us. These are limited editions, thealexjonesstore.com. We'll put that on screen, just one word, thealexjonesstore.com. But that's really it. This is historic. We need people's support. We love you. But how do my audience find all of you guys?
We are on youtube.com/wearechange, rumble.com/wearechange, Twitter @LukeWeAreChange. Again, your support needed more than ever. LukeUnfiltered.com is really where we do the nature hikes, the meetups, and we try to build a community of individuals making the right decisions for themselves during these very difficult times. LukeUnfiltered.com is the main website to get active and get involved. Roger, what about you?
StoneZone.com. StoneZone.com has it all. Show you where you can get my daily show, The Stone Zone, which is at rumble.com/RogerStone, or go to stonezone.com. Also, where you can listen to my weekend radio show at 77 WABC Radio, the most powerful, influential radio station, AM radio station in America today. 3 hours every Sunday afternoon of pure politics from 3 to 6. You can go to WABCRadio.com, but you can find it all at stonezone.com. Please check us out. You can sign up for free.
You can find me at Bueno for Miami on X and IG, and again, Bueno for Miami on X and IG.
At Liberty Lockpod on X. Liberty Lockdown is the show. Clint Russell is the name. I did a breakdown. I was actually at the rallies on Saturday and Sunday in D.C. I was the person who took the video of Russell Brand leading Jordan Peterson in a prayer, the Lord's Prayer, in front of a couple tens of thousands of people, and it went very viral. So I did an episode on Liberty Lockdown of that. I think that your audience would enjoy my breakdown over there. I also do Tower Gang. People should never watch that. But yeah, most importantly, Liberty Lockdown. And if you guys can help support our work at LukeUnfiltered.com, I would really appreciate it. And keep up the fight, Alex. We love you, buddy. And if you don't like Luke's guest bedroom, you got mine too.
All right, you guys are awesome.
This is Steph We Are Change on X, and you can also support us at wearechange.shop.
And then lastly, let me say once again, I am working with a group of others, putting together a bid to try to buy the assets of InfoWars out of bankruptcy. You can contact me through direct message at X, or you can go to Stone at stonezone.com, Stone at stonezone.com. If you're serious and you want to help, we want your help. We are going to try to do this. I don't know how successful we will be. I'm not a businessman. I'm a politico, but I do know it's the right thing to do, and I'm working with a lot of high-powered patriots to try to save InfoWars and ensure that it has a productive and great future. As I wrote in my book, The Making of the President 2016, the nomination of Donald Trump would never have been possible without Alex Jones and InfoWars. It was determinative in the Republican primaries. Elites can pretend that's not true if they want, but it is true, and therefore we must save InfoWars. Feel free to contact me.
And that's why they're trying to take you down right now.
That's right. And we've got some other patriots that have qualified for the bid and stuff, but we don't know how high they can go. And so there's some heavy hitters too, and some consortiums, and it's a very successful operation when this stuff's out of the way. So, and as long as the people are patriots and good and want to, really continue to fight, I'm very excited about that. So thank you all so much. And it was great being here with you tonight. We'll talk to you soon.
Alex, absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, brother. That was, of course, Alex Jones from Infowars.com, someone that, of course, is definitely in the middle of all of it. This was a crazy night. Roger, thank you so much for joining us, giving us your professional insight, your jokes, your humor. We always love having you. Come back anytime. Next time you do come back, me and Clint will have top-tier suits on with pocket scarves. But we're going to need your help with that.
I would hope so.
I feel attacked. I did dress up. I just want to say.
You're dressed elegantly.
They're making fun of us for not dressing well.
Yeah,
They're
I
not
just wanna
saying
say-
anything about you.
You're actually half dressed. It's kind of a kind of a distraction. if
He got
want
you
to know the
there.
truth.
Whoops. I was going to wear a jacket, but oh. Anyways.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
This was really fun. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for more. We return
And
tomorrow.
free Ross.
Yeah, free Ross. We return tomorrow 6 p.m. With 2 very special guests. Stay tuned for that
Hit
as well.
the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Liberty Lockdown. We're out.
Yes. Love you guys. Stay tuned for more here on thebestpoliticalshow.com. Right, Atlas? Damn right. Love you guys.
Peace.